Again, for the second time, I am muted. I welcome to the live stream. I was saying I'm sorry I'm late. I was still trying to figure out how to go on and nothing was working. But I'm hoping that you can see me now, you can hear me now, and the live stream is working. Fingers crossed. I will wait for confirmation. Hey Sonia, hey Laura, hope you're feeling better. Hey Ruby, hey Wildflower, hey Watercolorist. Yes, we did indeed do this yesterday, and I'm back. I'm hoping that you can, that everything is working. Would you mind letting me know about the sound? I know some people who were watching it back yesterday said that it was really quiet, so I'm hoping that I have fixed it. I've basically turned it as high as I can. I guess the only other thing I can do is have the mic really close to me. But hopefully it's working. Is it Groundhog Day? In which case, like, this is great, no? We're back at it. So bought an ice chest and drawers. Oh, it is. Oh, perfect. So this kind of feels fitting. Okay, good. I'm glad that you can hear me. Let me know if it's too quiet. Like if you're finding that you are having to turn up the volume to max or something. Okay, good. But yeah, as a surprise to no one but myself, I could not finish this sketchbook in a day. It kind of got to a point where I was like, okay, if I do like super quick sketches, then yeah, of course I will. But I really wanted to make paintings and sketches that I actually liked. I didn't just want to fill the pages for filling the pages' sake. So I'm about halfway. But what I think I'm going to do instead is I haven't, like, you know how sometimes you like procrastinate and do things that don't necessarily make you feel better, but you do it chills. For me, that's watching TV, or watching movies, or just sitting back and watching like series after series after series. So what I've basically said is I'm not watching series until I finish this sketchbook. And that is extra motivation to finish it super quickly, but it also means that I am doing, like, you know, I spent most of the day just listening to music and painting, and I just really enjoyed it, and I haven't done that in so long. So I'm hoping that this will encourage you to do the same. We're doing the same again in terms of art bingo, doing landscapes. I have got some extra references as well, just in case we feel like switching things up to either birds or fruit, because I also really love painting fruit. I have left the art bingo prompt list linked in the description so that you can pick your own prompts as well. And then at the end of, I'm guessing, this stream, I will share like the bingo answer sheet, and then we'll see who like wins. And what else is there? Oh yeah, if you haven't already joined my membership and you would like to join it, feel free to do so. I have left it linked down below in the description as well. And this month, for 1 month only, I am doing one-to-ones for my members who are interested. It is limited spots because they are one-to-ones, but I did my first one today and it was so good. I really enjoyed it. There's just something nice about getting to know someone better, getting to really answer their questions and feel like I've made a bit of a difference on their art journey. So I'm really grateful for that. Like the video and all that good stuff, and get your art supplies out as well if you feel like creating. If you want to have me on in the background, that's fine, but if you are looking for an excuse to bring out your art supplies, then I kind of feel like this is a good one, as well as to hang out in the chat. That's fine. Let me see. Oh, you're glad I chose quality over speed. Thank you. It's so funny because I did an art challenge, the 10-hour challenge, and I had that same kind of conundrum where I was at a point, I was like, okay, I could just make super quick landscape paintings that I'm not happy with and finish the challenge and be able to say, yay, I finished a sketchbook in 10 hours. Or I could actually make paintings that I like. And I decided to make paintings that I liked. And I kind of had forgotten about that until I got to that same point here where I was like, okay, do I slow down or do I like speed up and just finish the sketchbook, but the end is like stick figures? So let me show you what I did while we were away. Good. Mic closer. and Max. So let me show you. I'll try to as soon as my mouse wakes up. What is weird? It's only working on my hand. Okay. So this is from yesterday. The left versus right hand, which I really liked, hence it being the thumbnail for this video at the moment. So in case you weren't here yesterday, I will catch up, although I can see everyone from yesterday is here, which is nice. So this is the Etcher watercolor sketchbook, the Etcher mixed media sketchbook, and my aim was to finish this in 24 hours. It is technically 24 hours later, but I have done how many hours? I've done 12 hours of painting, and I'm halfway through the sketchbook. So we're doing the art bingo as well, where I am sharing a list of prompts and you can pick the prompt, and it's basically one prompt per reference photo, and at the end I'm going to show the art bingo grid, and if you have done 5 or more paintings, then you have a chance of winning art bingo. And if you do, you can feel free to let me know whether you're watching live or you're watching on the replay. Yeah, I am always like setting these crazy goals, but oh, thank you so much, Taryn, that's so nice. Oh, thank you, I really appreciate it, that's really sweet. I wonder if I can like it. But yeah, Sonia, you are so right. I definitely painted more than I would have, because I genuinely thought I could do it. I was like, yeah, 50 paintings in 24 hours. Psh, no, absolutely no problem. 24 hours including sleep, and I slept for like 10 hours. I was like, yeah, that's no problem at all. I could do this. Like, who needs food, sleep, or anything else? Didn't work out that way. I'm glad that you managed to find me live too, Taryn. Thank you so much. This is what we did yesterday. This first prompt was doing the background details, then the background first and then adding details. Then this one was cubism, straight lines only. This one was 20 brush strokes, which was actually really challenging. Then this one was 3 colors only, which Miranda Watson picked, and she it's funny, the reference was like super green, and the colors that Miranda picked for me were phthalo blue, burnt umber and orange, with Wildflower adding on that she did not want any yellows in the painting. So this is what we did, and I really like it actually, and I think I like it even more because it's colors that I wouldn't have necessarily thought of using as a limited palette. Although I like using burnt umber I normally use burnt umber with like ultramarine blue. So that was nice. Then this one was doing the same reference, but in 1 minute, 2 minutes and 6 minutes. This was hard. Then this was doing this same painting, but one with my left hand. Oh, thank you so much, Wildflower. You guys are all so sweet. Thank you. I really appreciate it. You're so sweet. I get to see I see a massive blue thing pop up when you tip. No, thank you. I appreciate it. This one was doing one with my same reference, but one with my left hand and one with my right hand. I can't stop smiling. My face is like hurting. And it's funny because I put it up to a poll, and the left hand one is the one that was the favorite amongst everyone, or the majority. Then this one was doing one reference, but in 4 different materials, or 4 different styles, whichever one you like. So this up here is all neocolors. This is ink, this is gouache, and this is watercolor. And then this is this is the last one that we did last night, and this is where I started off this morning. So this is from my 1-to-1 with my art member. Following that, I did the prompt that was from imagination. So there's no reference for this. I was just like, I mean, it's not the most imaginative of things, but I was like, where would I like to be right now? And I like the idea of like overlooking a pond and just seeing lots of greenery, and that's what I painted. Then this here, so it's 2 separate although it looks like one, which was unintentional, but it's actually two separate drawings. This one, the prompt was just with pen. And I was like, cool, I can do that. This one was continuous line. And it was, I love doing continuous line drawings. And I feel like this was so challenging and so fun trying to, one, not lifting the pen off the paper once I started, going back, using different, I use my Sailor Food pen. So using like different amounts of pressure to get different, I guess, I want to say darkness, different tonal values. Using my fountain pen to like try and get that dry brush technique, all while not lifting. And then still I was like committed to like doing a rock, bits of grass, more bits of grass and more bits of grass. And then I ended it here. Like I had such a good time. And this took me 4 minutes, which is insane. But I tend to be faster with continuous line drawing because I don't know, like something about doing it, it almost feels like the longer I do it, the more likely I am to accidentally pick up the pen. So I just try to go through it as quickly as possible. This one was totally abstract. No, what did I call it? It was basically supposed to be like a totally abstract piece. I really enjoyed creating this, but this was hard. I can't explain it because I was like, okay, it's totally abstract. I can literally just put down, which is what I should have done. I could just literally put down a few marks, call it a day. But it took me so long to get to a place where I actually liked it. So I just kept adding layers upon layers upon layers. You can see I added like some gold that you can see there. I also used my acrylic markers, which I hadn't used for a while. Maybe that's why I found it more challenging, because I hadn't used it for a while. I don't tend to use it to certainly do a whole piece. No, so this has no watercolor whatsoever. But yeah, it really took me a long time because I just couldn't let it go. I was just like, I want to get this to a place that I like. And I was also kind of enjoying the process and kind of curious to see where it would go. And it went through so many phases where it started off like primarily yellow, like this color. Then it went to primarily pink. Then it was primarily like burgundy, like almost this color. And then somewhere down the line, I started adding blues. And now I guess it's more bluey purple. Layers of what? That's a good question. So it was layers of acrylic marker pens initially. So like, you know, Posca, Liquitex, and yeah, so it was acrylic marker pens initially. Then at some point, because I wanted it to be really abstract, I kind of felt like I had too much control with the marker pens because like I make a line, the line is there, and I wanted it to kind of just be more abstract and less formed. So then I started using acrylic inks as well, and I started putting these two down, Liquitex and FW acrylic inks. And that is what is the gold primarily. Then actually at some point I was like, okay, I need more. I need more. And then I brought out Lefranc Bourgeois, you know, the flash paints, which are the vinyl matte acrylics. And I put these down as well, but they weren't as opaque as I wanted them. So it was primarily not that color. Well, yeah, was it this color? A little bit of this was up here. But actually the majority of this is an acrylic pen. Uh-oh, everything's falling. The majority of that was this acrylic pen. Then I still wasn't quite happy with that, so then I started layering on more white, and I added Lefranc Bourgeois white initially, but that was quite translucent and I didn't want to see everything, so then I started using this, which was more opaque. And I tried to add some tempera sticks, like the tiniest bit. I don't even know where, if you would appreciate, like, you know, be able to actually see it, but like the tiniest bits. I actually had more here, but I layered over it, but I didn't quite like that, and I didn't want to keep going with them because in honesty I was like, I really like these tempera sticks, and it wasn't going well, this painting, so I didn't want to waste it on this painting, so I stopped using that, and I kept using the acrylic inks, the acrylic markers, and a little bit of Lefranc Bourgeois paints, but they weren't that opaque, so I kind of like, you know, gave up over it. But all of it is pretty much acrylics, which I don't tend to use, but I thought this was the perfect excuse to actually try and use different supplies that I haven't. I hope that makes sense, Busy Bee. Thank you so much, Moonlight. And hey, Gina. Then this is the next one. So with this inspiring me to bring out Lefranc Bourgeois and try to, like, you know, actually use it. For the next one, I actually kept using them because I haven't really used these flash paints since getting them. And my aim when I got them initially was to just, you know, use them for mixed media and use them as the base because they don't reactivate with water. But I just haven't really used it much. And I thought this was actually, you know, perfect excuse, start using it. And again, it was interesting because they feel different to what I remembered and what I thought they would feel like, in terms of the fact that they are not as opaque, and they took ages to dry, all things considered. Yeah, I think those were the main things. Not as opaque and took ages to dry. And then they're also not as vibrant as my gouache. Can you see? Like it was quite muted in comparison. Even though they look super vibrant in here, they just dry a little bit less saturated. But still, I liked it. And it is matte, so I could, in theory, paint over it or draw over it if I wanted to. So that one was for the prompt, use something that you haven't used enough. Or for me, it was like something you haven't used enough, newest art supply or a relatively new art supply. So although it's not new, it's something that I haven't used enough despite it having it for a while. Then, yeah, no, it was definitely a lot of fun. Hence why I couldn't stop it. And then I was like, I can't, at some point with this, so at some point I was like, I can't end up taking so many hours on this that this is actually the end of the challenge. So I was like, I need to move on. And is it perfect? No, but do I like it? Yes, and that's all I can ask for. This was complementary colours, so I just used blues and yellows. Then this one was add something, and I was not that imaginative. I literally just added tiny houses here. And this prompt was same painting, different sizes. So I did this this small thumbnail first, just so that I could get my bearings, and then I did the bigger version, which I really like. I like also like pen and watercolor, like pen, ink and watercolor, which I used to do quite a lot, but I actually somewhere down the line I stopped, but I quite enjoyed that. And then I can't remember what the prompt was for this, but this is the last one that I did, and I was like, oh, you know what, how about we come and do another live stream? Do it together. And this is gouache as well, but I need to see the thing. Oh, thank you, Sonia. Which one do you love? The different sizes one. Thank you, Wildflower. And Brenda, the tempera sticks. They are a lot of fun. It's so funny. When I initially got them, first night I got them, I was not impressed. I, in fact, wrote a blog post, basically, you know, while I was reflecting on why I shouldn't do impulse buys. And I never really put them down. I just kept painting with them and drawing with them and messing around with them. I guess also because they were, you know, quite affordable. I think there was something like £15 or £16 for a set of 30. And it's funny, but a lot of the time it's the cheapest of supplies that I tend to feel freer in because I don't feel like I'm wasting them. Oh, the two different sizes, yeah. There was a lot of fun actually, and it was quick. All things considered, it was really quick. But yeah, it's been ages since I've done proper ink and wash. This has been the perfect excuse to just try out different things, use supplies I hadn't used. listen to music and paint all day and have fun. So do I want to do this reference here? We can do it here. I guess the orientation doesn't matter too tough, so you should be able to see the reference on the top right, just in case you also want to paint along. And then I will bring up the references list. I must have, there's no way that I haven't hit bingo yet. So I feel like I don't mind picking prompts that I've used before or new prompts, or if you have a suggestion for a prompt, we can consider that as well. But for everyone else who's trying to get bingo, I will bring up the list. How's using Shinhan Pass? Am I letting them dry or using them from the tube? I'm still using them from the tubes. And yet, you're right, I did have mixed feelings because they didn't, again, they kind of feel really light, not as opaque. And yeah, so they didn't feel like as opaque. Whoopsie, sorry. They didn't feel as opaque as gouache, but they didn't feel and move like watercolor, which I guess is the point, that they're in between. So I wasn't too sure about them, and then they sold out and I was like, ah, damn, I should have got it. But I can use them. I like the colors. I just feel like I like gouache more. I like gouache and watercolor more, although it's nice. Thank you so much, Sonia. Yeah, I'm glad that I stuck with it, because I was like, oh, if I just did paintings that I didn't actually like, who does that serve, you know? My art doesn't get better. It's not necessarily something that, you know, people would want to see. It would be like almost like a vanity metric where I can say, oh, I finished it in 24 hours, created trash, but I did it. So these are the prompts that you can use as well. I'm looking and I'm thinking, open to suggestions on which prompts you think I should do with this reference. Three different suppliers. That's a good idea. I haven't done that one yet, I don't think. I feel like there's a couple of ways of doing that. One could be let me remove this. So one could be literally using whatever watercolor I want, whatever gouache I want, and maybe whatever pencils I want. The other way is literally to pick like one watercolor, one gouache, and one pencil, for example, and doing it like that. Which way do you think works? I kind of feel like, for the sake of making it a little bit harder, I would maybe just use 3 supplies. Like, I'll pick this. Oh, you can't see. Like, I'll pick this because I quite like this color, acrylic marker, which I wouldn't have known. Then I will pick colors wise. I kind of want to use the tempera sticks, but equally I don't want to ruin them with acrylic. That's the thing that scares me about using acrylic, but maybe I'll use that because I feel like that will work well. And then something else, or maybe actually even make it even worse, I'll use a Tombow instead, and I need something else to yeah, yellow. I'm always picking yellow. Easy in any color. Yeah, I'm definitely going to. I don't think I'm sticking with the colors in the reference, although I do like this yellow, so it's not too far. And I guess I could use gouache. Which gouache color? Maybe. I mean, I'm drawn to the hot pink, so why not? Let's see how it goes. Although, no, actually, you know what I'm going to do? Because I keep using gouache, and the whole point of this is to try out different things and do different things. So, tell me which. Oh, Neocolor. Literally, I was like, oh, which one do you think? I was like, Neocolor in hand. And then I do have some pastel pencils, so maybe for the next one we can use them as well. Or do I? Where's my... There's a pastel pencil that I really like. That's bright pink that I can use. Okay. So it's between these two. Let me just see. I'll use Neocolor for this one, and then pastels will present an opportunity later. So this is going to be interesting because obviously I don't want to ruin my Tombow with my acrylic pen. Oh no, I'm literally sticking to these three. So I'm recreating this reference with these three art supplies. And then I guess if we did the prompt again, it could be that I can use any three art supplies. Like, you know, all my acrylic markers, all my gouache, and all my pick another art supply here. I really like this color. It's messy from my mixed media, but I will take that as a win because I'm getting extra colors for free. And it's got a bit of an odor is the only thing that I will say. I don't mind it. It smells almost like it doesn't smell like something you should be sniffing, but I like the smell. Let's see. I'm gonna add, so I'm not deliberately not touching the acrylic because I don't want it to go on my Tombow. I really did want to get more Tombows, but they are so crazy expensive. Obviously now we're doing our no buy. Making the most of my messy approach to supplies. I wanted to see, I wasn't quick enough, I wanted to see if I could blend it into the acrylic pen, but I don't think I was quick enough to do that. It's not like reactivating massively well. It's just like just about reactivating. Don't know why. Or better down there. Do I want to add? I think I'm gonna go over most of this anyway. And I'm going to leave the white for the house as well. So leaving room for white space. And making the mountains bigger than intended. Giving some dry brush effect. See, since I have limited supplies, need to make the most of it. Hey K-Art. Is anyone painting as well, or are you just hanging out with me and chatting? Which is equally welcome. I think because this blue is purple leaning, it is muting down my yellow. But the beauty of my yellow and an acrylic marker is that it's very opaque. So I can just go over all of it again and make it brighter should I wish. Oh, you're sketching. Sonia, have you finished your birds or are you taking a break from them? We'll see if this reactivates a bit better. Yeah, I will go. It's funny, I wanted more blending, but it appears that this blending thing that I'm going for is not truly going to happen. I'll get some blending, but not massive amounts. But it's okay, it's giving texture to our desert floor. You're taking a break from them and then you'll finish them over the next 2-3 days. No, that's good. I really enjoyed them and their facial expressions. And it does feel like this acrylic nib has, you know, just keeps surviving past going over any and all mediums, which is good. And still comes out really opaque. What color is this? I really like it. My other ones, oh my gosh, so many of them were dry. Like not dried out, not savable, but like I just had to pump for ages and ages and ages and ages. And it was just a reminder of like use it or lose it. This color is, I don't know what color this is. They must be somewhere. Where are they? No, where did they write the colors normally? Broad nib, 15 mils, made in Germany, paint marker, yada yada yada. If it has the info, I can't see it. Yeah, no, I can't see it. Okay. Rest well, busy bee. No, I understand. Yesterday, I could not believe the time when we finished. And it's so fun. I think like, you know, like not adrenaline, but something was keeping me going during the live stream because I was kind of tired, but I didn't feel massively tired and I wanted to keep going. But then I was like, oh, you know, when I found out it was 5 hours, I was like, okay, cool. And as soon as I ended the stream, I was totally wiped out. I was so sleepy out of nowhere. It was like as if I had waited to hit end stream and then I could barely keep my eyes open. Literally, like, you know, when you tell kids to go to sleep and they're like, no, I don't want to go to sleep, but they're falling asleep. That's basically what what I was like. The brush that I'm using, do you mean this one? This is the De La Rowney graduate brush, 3/4 inch oval shape brush. I like their brushes because they are relatively inexpensive. Like, I'm not massively into brushes. I just want a brush that will get the job done, and that's all I require from it. And the cheaper the better. And I think especially for, you know, things like acrylics and gouache, they're so forgiving. Watercolor, okay, the brush will make quite a big difference, but even then I would still I'd still definitely prioritize the paper and then the paint, and only then do I start thinking about the brushes. Okay, good. Yeah. You're welcome. Yeah, here I think they're student grade, but I think that brush itself I've had for what, 3 years. I haven't replaced them. The bristles don't fall out, and it's still holding its shape, so what more do I need really? Actually, when I was doing the acrylic, I did think what I would have liked, but obviously I'm doing a no buy, and I'm sure I have some rough brushes somewhere, but I wanted brushes that would give me more texture. It kind of felt like for the acrylics, every brush felt too soft. Like, I wanted almost like a hog hair brush, or like you know, the cheap like DIY brushes for like around the house that are really firm. That's what I wanted. I have a set of brushes that I haven't opened yet, that I got ages back because my sister said that they were quite good. So this February is a good excuse and good reason to open it up and see. Let's do the body of the house. Hey Sarah. No, I've not tried the gouache by either of them. I thought and I'm not sure, don't quote me on it, but I thought the Sennelier gouache is tempera, like egg tempera. Do they have normal gouache as well? I haven't tried them though. Oh, my tape is coming up. I keep trying to reuse this tape as much as possible, but evidently I'm taking it too far. I'm apprehensive because I don't want to ruin my Tombow. It's making me really hesitant to use it. More energy. I was trying, while I was doing this by myself, I was listening to music. Made it so much fun, but also made me so much slower because I just like randomly stop, dance for a bit, then go back to my painting. Then I think that's why this one has like big strokes, because I was literally dancing and listening to Bashman as I was painting this one. I don't know if anyone else has tried the Charvin or the Sennelier and has any insights that they want to share with Sarah. Sarah, did you have any questions in particular about them, or you're just thinking of getting them and wanted to know? Yeah, I think the Tombow color doesn't mix well with the acrylic color that I have picked. They both look beautiful separately. not mixed together. When I mix them, they're complementary, I guess. I'm like drying out my brush a bit so that I can get some texture as well. And might as well add some more neo color. And then once this, I'm going to dry that, and I'm going to add some Tombow there. And then I think pretty much done with the 3 materials. You just wanted to know. Yeah, no, I haven't tried them. I feel like I've seen the Senelia ones, but I thought they were tempera. Hey CS, welcome to my live stream for the first time. You are welcome. We are just doing some paintings from the references that I'm sharing, but also doing art bingo. So you can pick any of the prompts, and it's 1 painting per prompt, and then at the end I'll share the bingo grid so that we can see who's won. I feel like I've done so many paintings, I must have hit bingo by now. So at the moment I don't mind if we pick duplicate references for me or anything like that, you know. Yes, just adding the windows and the door, and I want to add a few bushes. And a few more bushes. Whoops, that was a mistake. I guess it's going to turn into yet another bush. Maybe a tree, actually. No, it has to be a bush. If it's a tree, the house all of a sudden becomes absolutely massive in relation. And just a few more details here, there, and everywhere. And then just doing this, honestly, clean my Tombow, make sure that I haven't got any residue paint on there. And that's it. Let's see. Hey, Agent XP, I totally understand. I notoriously lurk. In fact, yeah, like way before I got a YouTube channel, I lurked for years, and it didn't even occur to me to like say anything ever. I don't know why. And it's only when I started making YouTube videos and I knew how much hearing from people and talking to people meant to me that I actually was like, okay, I'm going to lurk less. But I totally understand I totally understand lurking, and in fact I enjoy lurking. So however you enjoy this video and this live stream and this experience works for me. So if you want to lurk, you lurk. If you want to chat, you chat. It's all good. Let's see. Looking up wildflower. Yeah, I'm honestly, it's wild because obviously we said we're doing the no buy for February. Well, some are doing low buy, some I'm doing a no buy for February, and it's like, as soon as I said that, today I've already received 3 emails of sales for art supplies, so I just had to like unsubscribe because I was like, I cannot fail on day 1. I can't do it. So just unsubscribed, paused where I could. I'm just gonna mute myself just so that I could, so that I can actually stick with it, because I do, like, as you can see, I obviously have supplies. Let me mute. Hey, I am back, and hey Melissa, it's so nice to have you here. Yeah, I know it's been ages, but I appreciate that you still chat with me in the comments. Oh, okay, you only have 1 tube of Sennelier gouache which dries. Yeah, I think it's because, correct, I don't know, I think, double check, if it's tempera doesn't reactivate well. Or I thought didn't reactivate at all, like egg tempera, which some people call gouache. I thought that's what the Sennelier was. So I wasn't that tempted by it because it also tends to crack more than gouache. This is 3 materials. And we used the... Is this Molotow? Yeah, Molotow. Molotow. Acrylic. Marker. A Tombow. And a Neocolor. And I'll put like yellow, blue, and pink, in case, making notes for my future self, because I always feel like, of course I'll remember, and then when it's time to look back on it, I'm like, I have no clue what I did, no clue why, no clue what I used, without making a note of it. I think that's also why I really enjoy making videos and looking back on them, because then I have a record of what I was doing, why, what I was thinking at the time, and so on and so forth. Brenda, I know, I did the same. In fact, in my no buy video that I'd made, that was one of the things that I had warned myself and others about, just like, that preparation for the no buy, where you end up buying more than you would have otherwise. And the other thing to worry about is the after the no buy, like the the rebound. I really am enjoying inking, so I'm thinking I want to do some ink and wash again, kind of like this. Hey Melissa, oh, thank you so much for joining. Melissa also has a YouTube channel, which is really awesome. So if you haven't seen her channel, definitely go and check it out, especially if you enjoy live streams. Let me bring up the art bingo prompts. And this is the reference that well, let's see. Okay, yeah, this is a reference. At some point, I just got so, like, my references weren't loading up, so I just put a whole bunch of random ones to see if they would upload, and they did. Sod's law. So we'll see. It's nice to be on the other side. Good, I'm glad. I enjoy being both sides too, to be honest. Are you painting as well, or creating as well, or are you just relaxing? Let me know. But yeah, what prompt should we do for this one? By the way, Melissa, we're doing art bingo. So, and the grid, if I remember correctly, is 5 by 5. So you have to do at least 5 in order to win, potentially. And at the end of the live stream, I will share the, what do you call it? I'll share the grid. So I really like this reference. Oh, well, I said I was going to do more line and wash, but how can I tie it to one of these prompts? From imagination, can't do something from life, not totally abstract. You only have watercolors and fine liners, so you will live vicariously through me. You could do continuous line and then add watercolor on top, or create it with your non-dominant hand, or, you know. Yeah, I will. I don't want to do continuous line for this one. I'll do line and wash. So it'll be a use pen one. Kind of cheat and can and that, or maybe just 3 materials. We'll see. Let me figure out how to. Okay, good. So let's try getting a border again. Oopsie. You mean both? Oh, Wildflower, you are finishing the painting you've been procrastinating on. What are you painting? I was saying it was so interesting. I put up a poll, essentially asking people, you know, do you tend to finish your paintings in one go or multiple goes? And it's so interesting because, as you can probably tell from this challenge and this channel and just me in general, I tend to have to do it in one go. I'm just not patient enough to be coming back most of the time. I think 99% of the time I will not go back. I'll just keep on rolling. Line only and 3 colors only. Oh, so do line and then 3 colors on top of with the wash, combining the 2. What do you mean by line only? Do you mean like continuous line, Melissa? Oh, it's a tutorial. Kudos for going back. Oh, I see. Combine the 2. Cool. And Agent XP. What did I miss? Not a no-buy birthday order in case there was a Roman small sale. And a few minutes after you finish. Oh no. A few minutes after you finish unboxing it, you saw that there was a Roman small sale. It's always the way. It's always the way. It depends on what you bought though, Agent XP. What was it that it'll balance out. So pen and 3 lines only. So I'm starting off with my ink pen. I'm kind of tempted to do continuous line, but I don't think I will, so I'm going to raise that up there and then just add details. What's at the back? Look at me squinting. Oh, I think it's fields, so I wasn't sure if it was like houses or something. So just adding the fields with a little bit of detail there. And then there's a lot of rocks. A lot of rocks. Oh. A happy belated birthday. Yeah, I know it's tricky. It literally happened to me for the gift that I bought my sister. She wanted some boots and I bought them for her. And she'd said they were on sale before Christmas. And then when I looked, they weren't on sale. So I bought them. And then when on Christmas Day, after she opened them, she'd asked me, for reasons unknown, if I'd got it when I was on sale. And I was like, oh no, I got it when it was full price. And then we checked again and it was on sale for like less than half price. Like, oh my gosh. It would be nice if, like, I know maybe it defies the point, but it would be nice if they, could alert to sales, they could say like, look, like if, for example, you're looking at Romish Mall or an art supply, it would be nice if they could put up a thing to say like, we are going to have a sale in 2 days. Like, fair enough, you can't be like, we're going to have a sale in 6 months, but, this item is about to go on sale. Something like that, just a heads up. It'd be greatly appreciated. Yeah, so I've done that for a few things, Melissa, where I will, especially if it's close enough and if the returns are easy enough, I'll return it and then buy it again. Especially, I guess it also depends on like how good the sale is and what the item is, and if it's maybe like 5%, then it it may not be worth the headache of like trying to return it and blah blah blah. But if it's like a big chunky sale, then I'm tempted. But yeah, that was like less than half price. I was like, this is ridiculous. Why? I don't think Jackson's is the easiest to return to. I don't feel like I've returned to Jackson's once. It wasn't too bad. It was actually the egg halo dot cards that I'd bought and the Schminke palette. I'd got both and then kind of they're in my regrets video basically. I don't return art supplies often, but especially from Jackson's, because I don't know, it didn't feel like it would be as straightforward, but I guess if I returned it couldn't have been that bad. That would be great, just lower the price and keep it there. That would be grand. So what a good man. I'm looking at I am trying to find some markers because Melissa, I'm taking it as you want me to do pen only, as in like also color in with pen. Please let me know if that's not the case, because it would be easier if it wasn't. Because then I would be able to blend things better. But if it is what you're suggesting, then that would be one color. And I'm making a point of trying to use different art supplies, hence bringing out the Ecoline. I don't know if I want this green, and I feel like I want a darker color, which I don't have. So I think I'll get rid of that bright blue, and hopefully this is dark enough. And I'm not sure about this. Oh, you were thinking paint. Oh, thank God. Get rid of that then. And got rid of that so quick. Okay, cool. So in terms of paint, let's see what colors I am picking. 3 colors only. So I need a nickel as a yellow kind of color. So that's that. And then, oh, okay, a nickel as a yellow, hooker's green, and then I need a dark blue. I'm kind of curious as to whether I should use Soda Light. Yeah, I'll use Soda Light. My instinct is to use ultramarine blue, but I've used it so much, and you know, why not go outside the comfort zone? Melissa, you felt it, right? Because I was like, how am I going to blend this? What's it going to look like? How long is it going to take? But yeah, as soon as you said paint, the relief was unreal. Because yeah, when I initially started with painting, it used to be on a lot of line and wash, and then somewhere down the line I stopped doing it as much. So I'm glad that I'm getting the opportunity to do it now. Purple. You're always opting for purple, like the mountain scene that we did before. I can pick purple for one. For now, I've already put down the 3 colors. Although Soda Light is, I wonder if I should have used blue, but it is what it is. There's no going back now, and it's good to try different things. You can't just keep using the same colors forever. Or you, to be fair, I could, but why have hundreds, if not thousands, of colors if I'm not going to use them? Because it's the opposite to yellow. I know. I mean, I think that's why it was hard in the three art supplies prompt that we just did, because I thought that blue was a blue, but that blue waters down to a purple, so it was neutralizing my pretty yellow. Three colors. Similar. To be fair, I could have used, now that I think about it, was the hooker's green necessary? I could have just used, you know, I could have just actually mixed it myself. But I saw so much green. Note to self for next time, you know. And let's do the water. And I want some white space, but not massive amounts of white space. I'm just wetting the edge there. I think next time I'll pick brighter colors. less based on the reference and more based on just brightness. Look at me handling my brush, but then I fix it, you know. Maybe I'll add a bit of yellow here as well, just to make the rocks more interesting. And then I think I'm done. I don't know why I seem to be quicker with you than I was by myself earlier today. But I guess like there's something about when I have limited colors, what can I do? Hey Sharmak. Oh, thank you so much for joining. And yeah, don't worry, lurk away. Permission to add a pretty lavender gouache in place of the hooker's green. I don't have lavender. I have, do you mean this? Don't know what color that is, but it's lavender-esque. Yeah, that's my favorite. Having Quin Magenta, Nickel as a yellow, and usually it's like, and Indanthrone blue. I like mixing those together. Or I could add Cobalt Teal, but I feel like, you know what? How about we take it as a oh, this one. Okay, cool. That's the thing though. Where is this going? We shall see. Funny, don't know where it's going, but I just dive right in there. Because why not? I also kind of want to add a bright hot pink, but I'm resisting that urge. How's this going? I don't feel like it's going where I want it to go. I feel like maybe this will be the second half of the challenge, fixing the painting. I think, yes, I'll fix the painting. You're like, yeah, perfect. Okay, I'm gonna add the green back and mix it in. And then if I had to fix this, how would I fix it? I would have blue. That's what I would have. I would have a really bright blue. Let's see how this goes. We've seeing as we've stepped away from, this is not the blue I thought it was. Seeing as we've stepped away from the 3 colors, I might as well use the colors that I don't usually use. Lavender being one of them, this bright blue being another one. I feel like it needs even more blue. More energy. I've got that. I don't know if it's like a reel or something stuck in my head. Yeah, more darks, exactly, yeah. But I almost want like a phthalo blue, which I think, shocking, I don't have on my palette. I must have taken it out. I know that I have a few colors missing from my palette that I put in another palette, only God knows which one. And I think phthalo blue must be it, because how could I not have a phthalo blue, you know? As much as I adore blues. Oh, thank you, Sharmak. This is because I think before, um, before Melissa told me to add the lavender, it was okay, but it was safe. Do you know what I mean? And I was like, why stop at safe when we could do so much more for this one? I mean, you know, after all, it's like the 20th landscape I've done this weekend. So might as well be different. Ooh, whoops. Too much color. I do still want to have the yellow. I don't really know if my rocks make sense anymore, but at least they're pretty colors. Oh, they look like this lavender's growing. That's nice. It's like the amazing thing about having you guys here is that the suggestions that you're making are things that I wouldn't naturally normally think of. And it's lovely. It's great, you know, because then it's not like I'm doing the same thing over and over. I am trying new things, discovering new things, trying your favorite colors. And I want to add more lavender. Do I? It looks better actually. I was thinking I wanted to add more lavender here, but there we go. The amount of lifting, dry brushing, using like napkins that I've had to do during this challenge. Unreal. Trust my instinct and add hot pink. I am here for it. I feel like it will keep my my sketchbook consistent. Everything has a dash of crazy pink somewhere. I'll add it with the lavender. And also here, because this area needs more. And here, I need, I'm like, I've used up so much of this pink, and I'm, in my head, I'm like, oh, don't run out of it. It's February, you can't buy more, don't run out. But I doubt I can finish it in 1 month. Thank you, Melissa. Oh, hey, Maria. And oh, move this out of the way so that you can see the colors better. Is that helping? That usually, I know what you mean. For me, it's normally like when I have yellows on the screen, it distorts all the other colors. I'm going to make like blocks of some colors, because I think sometimes I just like to simplify it, and I keep looking up at the screen because it's like, you know, my little hack of the equivalent of like getting up and looking at a painting from far away, looking at it on a camera. Thank you so much, Maria. We started off with pen, then Melissa told me to pick 3 random colours. I randomly picked Hooker's Green, Nickel as a Yellow, and Soda Light. And then Melissa added on lavender, which are kind of... Yay, looking up, do it! Kind of covered, so I'm going to add a little bit more. It's tricky because where I seem to want to add it is right by the yellows, which just neutralize it. So let me add it by the pink. Yeah, definitely get out your art supplies. Don't get me wrong, if you want to chill, that's equally fine. Yeah, I really like the tempera sticks. I was surprised. Like, they have their pros and cons, but they're definitely better than I thought they were going to. Yeah, they're okay. They're good. And like you said, less messy. I feel like I should stop, and yet like I don't want to. Isn't that literally? But I feel like I should stop. No, I didn't know that there's the metallic ones as well. I know that there are some in the 30 set that are metallic, but they are very translucent. Is that what I want to say? Yeah. So I haven't used them much. Maybe pick a paint. Oh, thank you, Wildflower. We'll see if the opportunity presents itself. We can use the tempera sticks next as well. Like I said, I told Laura I would use these. You know, the pastel pencils as well. I really like them because they go over like so much, which I really didn't think they would. But for reasons unknown, they just do and they work. You see? Let's pick the next reference. This is one of the ones that I put on that I really didn't. It's not that I wanted to create it, it's just that it wasn't they weren't coming up, so I was like, I just copied as many as I could and put them on, but still, you know, why not? And then these are the options. I might just try and do it quickly. I say quickly as in yeah, that's definitely where I was going wrong, because, and by the way, the art prompts are also linked in the description. Yeah, no, that's definitely where I was going wrong, because I don't tend to paint on dark surfaces or dark papers, so I didn't really give them the opportunity to shine. Pun intended. You've done a 40-stroke one. We did a 20-stroke. Whoopsie. A 20-stroke one earlier. And it was so interesting and such a like mindful experience. because I kept, to be honest, losing track of like, you know, what brushstroke I was at, and I was just so focused on making each brushstroke count and not lifting it too soon. And thank you so much, Melissa. Oh, both. Yeah, I've done the 20 brushstrokes one. I'll show you. Although it was tricky. It's tricky. It was. Although I don't feel like you can tell it's 20 strokes, it was this one. I can't. This was the 20 brushstrokes. 20. I used like the big brush. I went across and did that. Don't know if I could do this in 20 brushstrokes though. I was going to not use a prompt and just do a random one. Let me bring up the prompts again. I feel like there must be a reasonable prompt that I can do. Maybe I'll do continuous line. It's a nice hard one to do for continuous line. It's either going to look like a masterpiece or a hot mess, but I do feel like continuous line automatically makes things look a little bit more arty. Maybe it's just me. Maybe it's just the way I feel. But I put tape down, so I was intending to paint, so maybe I will paint over it as well. But and I can use some of the tempera sticks and things, or maybe I'll do that for the next one. I always find it tricky to know where to start from with the continuous line, and you'll have to forgive me as I try to talk and concentrate at the same time. I don't know, I feel like continuous line uses up so much of my brain power, and I don't know why. It's just lots of focusing, but I can see that the chat is moving. I just can't read it at the moment. So I'll raise up in a second and have a bit of a better look. Whoops. Yeah, I don't know. There's something about, I mean, there's nothing in continuous line that says you can't, you know, keep your hand down and pause for a second. But in my head, I'm like, go as quick as you can. What are you doing? Go. When I'm doing continuous line, at least that's the thoughts that are in my head, because I almost feel like the longer I do it, the higher the chance that I will accidentally raise my pen. And of course, it's not the end of the world if I do, but then I don't want to, you know, so that's why I tend to go faster. And I mean, this bit I enjoy when I can just do squiggles and I can kind of think and be like, okay, when I'm done with these squiggles, where exactly am I going next? Like, how am I doing the rest of this house, you know? Like there's detail here and here and here and here, and maybe I'll do another one up here. That was a mistake, but that's okay. And here, maybe I'll just do it all across and then come back down and down here. And those, like, Are those windows? I think they are, but as they're not like super prominent, I'm just putting less weight on my pen so that I can't see it quite as much. And then I think this is a door here. But yeah, this is essentially how I do my continuous line. Although I don't usually do it for landscapes and certainly not complex scenes like this, but I do enjoy it. It's another one of those things that, you know, feels meditative. And it does feel, I feel like, well, who knows, maybe with time I will be able to strike a bit of a better balance where it's not like all go, 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 but it's, but for now it is. And there's also like not that much thought or planning that is going into it, which I don't necessarily know if that's the if that's the aim of it or the best way of doing it, but it's what's working for me at the moment. And I'm thinking, am I happy with the detail? Just do extra detail here. Basically trying to get some contrast. I think I'm running out of ink in my pen. Okay, I'm calling it done. Cool, let me see what I missed. It's a superpower to draw hard things, I agree. Oh no, I haven't done add a pattern. And textured background, then 20, then details in 20 strokes. I could do that. Yeah, that's what, Maria, that's how I did it. I did 20 brush strokes, but I made those brush strokes like stretch as far as I could. Yeah, it is the Sailor Food Pen. Thanks, Melissa. Both, yeah, both of you. So it's the one that has like a little, can you see the tip is angled? Although I think I've run out of ink. And it has, I've put in the carbon. Does this mean it's run out or no? Dangerous games I'm playing on. No, there's still plenty of ink. Okay. Yeah, I've put the carbon black ink inside. Just trying to see if it's still coming. Yeah, it's still coming. Because it is a waterproof. Just in case you know you want to paint over it. So I will just put super quick splashes of watercolor on this one, and then we can go on to the next prompt. And I'm just doing like literally random big splodges because I want it to stay loose and messy and true to the chaos of continuous line. And don't like that color. Adding some more. I know there's little bits of sky as well. Just to, you know, complete the painting. After all, it is a mixed media sketchbook. Although the other pen sketches that I did, I think I'll leave as is, like, you know, the ones that I showed you earlier. Because I really like the way that they look. Where's my brown? Da, 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 da. I'm so impatient that it's making this thing. Yeah, that is the aim, Melissa. We'll see. Well, actually, I don't think, I don't know. Let me not speak too soon, but I don't think I can do the whole sketchbook in this stream. I started it yesterday with the aim being to complete it in 24 hours, and then I did a 5-hour stream, went to sleep, woke up, and now we're back at it. But yeah, I was saying that at a point I was like, okay, I could speed up and just create paintings that I don't necessarily like, or I could slow down and create paintings that I like, and in the end I decided to slow down so that I could create some pieces that I liked. Every time I do challenges like this, I'm faced with that decision. And thus far, every time I have picked, okay, I'm going to slow down and just enjoy the ride. And let me use my, staying true to the other paintings that we have done. Just adding some pink. And this, to be fair, also has flowers, so it's not super far from reality. Very ambitious. I know, as Sonia said, unhinged plans. It is. It's like, it's just felt like it had been so long since I'd created for a long period of time. And I felt like I needed something drastic to actually start up again, kickstart, And this was the perfect, now I feel like I have the perfect excuse to just keep painting. Because after all, it's a challenge. But otherwise, everything else was taking precedence. I'm like, no, I need time to paint. Okay. Here's my fast, loose, and messy cottage. Which one day, when I feel like painting cottages, I will paint again and give more time and attention to. I'm going to mute myself and dry this, yeah? Okay, I'm back. Taking this off. And you can see the next one. Yeah, honestly, I love the heat guns because otherwise, especially like if I'm trying to do time studies or anything, to be honest, even if I'm not, I'm just not very patient. So this was one of the first things that I got. Like I got it quite early on in my painting career because I wasn't patient enough to wait for things to dry. And it is great. I think it was only like £10 as well. If you have a hairdryer, you could use that as well, like in the interim. Or I guess, you know, one could wait or use multiple sketchbooks, all that good stuff. Whoops. This is... Oh, this is still wet. Wow. Actually unmute myself and see. So this is oh, let me hide myself so that you can see. Okay, this is this page. I actually really like it. I like both of them. They feel different but still me. And then just to recap, this was 3 materials. This one I can't remember the prompt, I'll have to look back and see. Then this one was same painting, different sizes, so you can see the little miniature version, which I did first, and then the bigger version, and that was watercolor and ink. And then this was add something, and I added tiny houses. And this one was complementary colors. This one was use something that you haven't used enough, and that's the flash paints that I bought and hadn't used in ages. And then I'm just showing because I know that a few people joined so that you can see what we did before. This one was totally abstract. I like the golden, can you see? I like the shimmer. Then these two, so this one was continuous line as well. This one here, continuous line, and I really like that because I was trying to like I still use the same Sailor Food pen, and I was trying to use it to do like, you know, different tonal values and dry brush and still add those tiny details. This one was just with pen. Before I was like, oh, I like pen so much, and then continued to the continuous line. And you can see I also tried to like add little details and tonal values. Then this one was from imagination. This was from the 1-to-1 that I did this morning, so it wasn't part of the art bingo. This is one reference for styles, or one reference for materials. This is gouache, watercolor, ink, and then neocolors. Then this one, left hand, wild. It still blows my mind. I not only that I did it with my left hand, but that I actually enjoyed it with my left hand, because I feel like in the past when I've created art with my left hand, I haven't enjoyed it. But yeah, left hand, right hand. Then where are we? This one was same reference in 1 minute, 2 minutes, 6 minutes. 3 colors, which were phthalo blue, burnt umber, and orange for a green reference. 20 brush strokes, straight lines only, and then this one was background then details. And that is halfway. I think, are we even halfway yet? It's like, oh, we are past halfway, are we? Or maybe not, maybe not, or just about halfway, I think. Thank you so much, Melissa. Let's see. With the next one, I want to do it as a double page spread, but I also want to do this in chronological order. And I feel like the double page spread would be best on... Because there was a page that I did a double page spread and it just went through to the other sides. So I think I think it would be better to do that on here, which means that I will come back to that reference later because we still have a ways to go to get there. Let's see. So I'll do this one later because when we have a double, I don't want to do that one. This would be nice for a double as well. Okay, maybe I'll just do doubles. Okay, let's do this one. But I'm doing it across as a double page spread. And as I do the tape, might as well have the prompts. There was one that was mentioned that I hadn't done yet, but I can't remember which one. Oh, it said paint/draw, add, paint or draw a pattern. That's the one I hadn't done. Do I even fully know what I meant when I created that? No, I do not. But I am going to do that. Also, let me know, because I did, random as I am, I did also get, whoopsie. I did also get floral, no, not floral, bird references, having never painted birds, and fruit references as well. Although I don't know, it always comes to this point where I am then wondering, should I just complete the whole sketchbook as the same theme, which is basically all landscapes, or do a bunch of random stuff. Melissa, I think you had said you'd asked me the tape. The tape is this. Oh, sorry. I've done the cubism one already. It was I mean, I don't know if people would agree that it's cubism, but it was the straight lines only. It was that one there. Cubism, stained glass, hard to say. Oh, you're doing birds next week. That would be awesome. What am I always want to come to them. It's just the time difference. But I can come and say hi before I go to sleep, because I think I'm on call the day after. But yeah, I want to... A lot of my members were doing birds, and I feel like that's what got me inspired to be like, oh, maybe. I'm thinking that the patterns would be on the cacti. But we'll see. As you can probably tell, I quite often don't start with a plan. I just start and then see how it goes. After all, it's a sketchbook. But yeah, normally I'm a night owl. It's been entirely dependent on what I'm doing the day after, and unfortunately I keep having early starts. Whoops. I don't want a green sky. Okay. Thank you, Agent XP. Yeah, I was like, is it? Is it cubist? Is it not? I can't even really think of like a cubist landscape. Again, I know I'm the one who made these prompts, wrote them down and put them on an art bingo sheet. But you know, I feel like sometimes past me and future me just have completely different ideas. You can barely see the white that I'm putting down, but you'll have to believe me that it's there, and it's just about enough to like tinge the sky. There we go. So what I'm thinking is similar to the prompt of do the background and then add details. I'm thinking I'm going to do the background first, like the main, blocking the main colors and whatnot, and then I'm going to figure out how and where I'm going to add these extra patterns. So, I'm using all the, you know, all the fugitive colors in this, in these paintings, but it's okay because they're in my sketchbook. So, God willing, they'll be fine. And I'm letting that touch. Oh yeah, sorry, I forgot. I thought I was answering and then maybe I got distracted. Yeah, so it's Magic Tape by Scotch. It's got a green label. I will link it in the description later. But yeah, I really like it because it comes off easily. It usually, as long as you don't use it as many times as I have tried to, it holds its own, gives me nice crisp edges, and it doesn't tear the paper. So it's been a win-win. It's my favorite tape. It's just really, for reasons unknown, a lot of the time it's quite ridiculously expensive in the UK. I don't know why. They've gotten better at doing sales, and bless, because they're more affordable elsewhere. A little while ago, Miss Ebony got me lots of tapes and just sent them straight to my house, which was really sweet. Because I have like tried using other tapes, but they've just not been as good. Have I painted something from life? No, I have not. In fact, I was thinking like, okay, how am I going to do that if I'm doing landscapes? Because I didn't want to paint the view from my window, and now it's too dark to try anyway. But I could just paint a random thing. But that's a good point. I did do paint from imagination. That's the thing, I'm like, there's no way I don't have bingo now. To be fair, I did think that after I did the 10 paintings, and to my shock and surprise, I did not have bingo. But I think that now I must. Like, I've done so many of the prompts. Yeah, I mean, I guess in part with the, you know, pulling the paper, it does also depend on the paper itself. So I haven't, but I've used it in my, it pulls up some of the Caddy Fat Book paper, to be fair. But I use that as my super rough sketchbook anyway, so that hasn't really bothered me. Doesn't pull up any of the like Etcher paper or Royal Talons. It hasn't picked that up, which is good. But yeah, I don't even know how or why I got it. I don't even think I got it for art initially. I must have got it for like, I don't know what I was doing, to be honest. But anyway, I randomly got it, and since then I haven't really been able to use other tapes. I've tried. And I have them, but they're just not the same. They're just not as satisfying, and I don't know why this one is as satisfying. The only thing is that it's not really recyclable, I don't think. I'm pretty sure it's not, because it feels like plastic. So I know it's not something I can love forever, but I can love it for now. Or use it in collage. Keep it going. Oh, fruit bowl still life. Yeah. Oh, you love your Meaden masking tape on 100% cotton watercolor paper. I haven't used their masking tape, surprisingly. Agent XP, are you suggesting that as something that I should paint from life? I love the assumption that I have a whole bowl of fruit. Wouldn't that be nice? To be fair, I should make it like one of my New Year's resolutions to really, or just resolutions in general. Obviously, it's not like we're smack bang in the New Year, but to just eat more fruit. And veg. My approach for this bit is literally to put down the colors first, and then I feel like I'll be able to form the shapes better. Don't know if that quite makes sense. Yeah, somebody else had mentioned the Holbein tape. I can't remember who. I feel like I saw it on a YouTube video. Someone had mentioned how good that was, the masking tape. It's like I didn't even know they had it. All these different masking tapes. The other one that I have is like one cheap one that I got from Amazon, and it's like tears the paper. Like, I mean, for me, tearing the paper is one thing, but it's when it doesn't actually stick down and give me the clean edges, and it's like, so what was the purpose of all of this? Like, why? You have one job. Ooh, Laura, that's a great idea. Like right at the end, and be like, these are all the supplies that we used in this sketchbook challenge. I like that. Agent XP, that is excellent, as should we all. Yeah, I don't know why I don't have that many fruits. And I guess also because, like, you know, to be honest, I don't know, I could make 1,000,001 excuses, be like, oh, I live alone, I'd never be able to finish it, but that's not why. It's just that I don't eat enough fruit. I did this last time, asked people like, what's your favorite fruit? Mine is pears and Sharon fruit, but I didn't even know Sharon fruit existed until my 20s, and I still remember the first time I tasted it, because I was like, what is this delicious fruit? It was in a fruit salad, and I was blown away. I was like, it's so sweet and it's so nice, and it was, you know, mixed with other fruits, but I was like, what is this specific fruit? And that is how Sharon fruit came into my life. Yeah, it's I think it's also called persimmon. Persimmon. I can't say the other name, which is why I just say Sharon fruit. Strawberry, raspberry, and mango. Ooh, you know, mango. I never really had it that much until I tried it with coconut. if you like coconut, I recommend you try it with mango. Which was something that my friend had told me to mix, and I was like, what kind of weird mix is that? But there's just something so nice about it. Like, you start chewing on the coconut first and then you add the mango, and it's like, oh, it is nice. And there's like the contrast of textures. It's really nice. Obviously, if you don't like coconut, then you won't like that. Oh, mango as well. Persimmon. I need to, like, after the stream, ask Google how to say it properly. But yeah, that's one of my favorite. And pears is like, you know, my standard everyday go. Not that I have it every day, but my standard go-to. But, you know, the special occasion one, Sharon fruit. It's just so nice and sweet. So sweet. Well, everyone seems to love mango. Apples, blueberries, pears, and raspberries, and mangoes. Anything except kiwi. Fair enough. Hey, Tara. You're allergic to kiwis and strawberries, but they smell so good. They do indeed. I like kiwis. They're okay. I'm not that into strawberries, I must admit. I don't even necessarily like the strawberry flavored things, apart from like sweets. But like, I don't like strawberry flavored ice cream or anything like that. Kiwis are okay. I like pears. I just really like, I guess, sweet fruits. I like grapes. Is that the extent of my favorite fruits? I'm not into berries. Oh, I like figs, which was a surprise. I didn't think I would. Again, a late discovery, because I was like, nah, not my thing. Didn't like the way they looked. A fully... Oh, wait, you can't see me. I mean, not that it's by force that you see me, but I feel like it's, yeah. But like a fully grown adult that I am. And I was like, nah, I don't like the way that figs look, so I'm just not about that. And then my mom was like, just try it. In my adulthood. And by adulthood, I mean like last year. And I tasted it. I was like, oh my gosh, this is delicious. Then, oh, cherries. I really like cherries too. Again, one that I don't seem to have so much. I don't know. Is it like normally in season for like a really short time or something? Or maybe it's just that it's expensive. But I feel like I only tend to have them on a random summer's day. But they are... In fact, the last time that I had cherries, I was in the hospital and there was this man who was lost and he had like a big carton of cherries. And I, showed him the way. Never met him before. And he was like, oh, have some cherries. And I don't know why in my head, I was like, yeah, sure, this makes sense. Random stranger. Why wouldn't I? And I like had one, like I took one cherry. And it was just delicious. And I was like, no, have more. And I was like, oh my God, okay, cool. And it was so nice. I assumed that he was like a nice guy. He wasn't a serial killer or anything like that. I mean, we were in, a hospital and whatnot. And then I saw a couple of friends. And he gave them cherries too. And I was like, these are delicious. And I tried to find where he bought the box. And when I went, they'd said one ridiculous price for the box. To be fair, how can I finish a box by myself? But that was the last time I had cherries. Yeah, in late-ish summer, yeah. And then I remember one time I drove to Hastings, and which is like a beach town. Has like a really nice pebble beach. But yeah, random summer, woke up and I was like, I'm done with this London business. I need sea, I need nature, I need something. And I drove to Hastings, which was a few hours away. But on the way there, it was so nice because there's like every so often on the road there'd be like cherry stands or flower stands, fruit stands, like all these like cool stands that you don't normally see. I feel like in London, you just, you know, and like you could see farms as well. So I stopped and I bought some cherries and they were delicious. I just have that memory of driving down in the sun towards Hastings eating cherries. Ooh. Yeah, no, I haven't tasted dragon fruit. I don't think. I don't like the way that it looks on the inside. I'm very, very you can imagine the kind of child that I was. Thank God for my patient mother. Is it sweet? Is it not sweet? I don't like bitter fruits, I guess. I do like oranges though. But the sweet ones, oranges and tangerine. Oh my gosh, oranges, like in Nigeria, are so nice. I don't know what, I don't know how. Like there must be something about like, you know, when they just grow from trees and you just take them and eat. Ah, so nice. And also, like my mom has a pear tree, and the pears from that tree, delicious. Oh, it tastes like water. Weird. Delicious. I think I'm making myself hungry with all this talk. Ooh. I haven't tried that, like seasoning my fruit. This is so, yeah. I feel like anyone who joins this live stream will be like, what on earth is happening? But you know, it's good to know the good fruits that are out there. I mean, they're all healthy. But yeah, now I'm like, oh, I should add pears to my next order. But yeah, my mum randomly started growing pears. Like, you know, has a pear tree. And I didn't even know. And I remember she kept giving me pears. And who am I to question where they're coming from? And I was like, oh, these are delicious. And then she was like, yeah, they're from my tree. I was like, I can't believe that you're growing pears and they taste so good. Highly recommend. 15 varieties of banana. I can't even imagine them tasting different. I feel like I like bananas as well. Look at me completely forgetting that they exist. But I like them not green, but closer to green than like, you know, I don't like them when they're yellow, they're too sweet. I don't like them sweet, I think. I don't like them sweet and I don't like them soft. Yeah, I think I'm getting hungry as well. I'm like, oh, it would be so nice to have some fruits right about now. Maybe we'll do some fruits next. As in paint some fruits. But yeah, oh, that's so cute. Yeah, I haven't had a banana in ages. But yeah, I like them like hard and not sweet, which is weird because all other fruits I like them sweet, but I think, don't know why. So I normally get them, put them in the fridge and eat them straight away. Actually, that's the case for pears too. I don't like them soft. How is this looking? It's okay. We're gonna trust the process. Why? Because I haven't forgotten the prompt to add patterns, so I will be adding patterns. Unclear what kind of patterns. Oops. This is way brighter than I intended, but I kind of like it. After all, we're adding patterns. Oh, you like nectarines? I like nectarines too. Can I tell the difference between nectarines and tangerines? No, not really. But do I like both? Yes. Nip to a corner shop. You can imagine, like, oh, everyone is probably craving fruits. It's a good thing to be craving, to be fair. But yeah, I would love to have some pears. Maybe like the next grocery shop that I do, I'll have to get some and make a bit more of a conscious effort to actually get these lovely fruits that we have been discussing. Everything apart from dragon fruit, apparently. Dried apricots in cookies. Nectarines and tangerines are not the same. Okay. I'm thinking of the ones that look like oranges, but they're small. Like small oranges that you can put, like clementines. Now I'm confused. Yes, clementines and tangerines. So what's a nectarine then? Why are they all the same in my head? Nectarines are like peaches. Huh. And now, yeah, and mandarins, that's also what I had in mind. So now I'm like, maybe I haven't had nectarines. It's clementines, tangerines, and mandarins, I think, are what I can't tell the difference by. Like they're small oranges, but you can peel the skin. That's how I interpret them in my head. Peaches, peaches have been hit or miss for me. Oh, I like plums as well. I do like plums, but again, I feel like maybe they're seasonal because I feel like I don't have them for ages, and then I get some, and then I don't have them again for ages. Nectarines. Are nectarines all year round? I'm not kind of curious as to how. I don't think I've had them. Or if I've had, I'm confused about it because I can't remember. Pomegranates are good too. I don't know if I'm into, I don't feel like I've been like into pomegranates. And I do like apricots. And yeah, peaches. It's that thing, yeah, with fruit where there's nothing more disappointing than taking a bite and it doesn't taste nice. It's sour, or yeah, most of the time actually my issue is when it's sour, or it's just not sweet. It's not what it's supposed to be. Thinking how much. Okay, I'm gonna do a big shape here and then add some details because I naturally started getting hungry and slowed down as I thought about all the different fruits. I don't even know how we got here. How did we get here? No worries. Thank you so much for joining, Melissa. And I will see you next week. I'll come and say hi in your live stream, which is on Thursday midnight. Thank you, Maria. Oh, it was you, Agent XP. Yes. And now we're all hungry, but at least we're all hungry for fruits, you know? Healthy stuff. Look at you spreading the, 7 p.m. ET. um, but yeah, I feel like we maybe have enough to start adding the patterns. Like, I'm not doing anything crazy with the patterns. I just want to do a few on the cacti. I'm making slightly smaller cacti, bigger cacti. Somewhere down the line, once it's all dry, I'm gonna add the little pink flowers. I think they're flowers, right? anyone knows, like, what is that on the cacti? Do they bloom flowers or they fruit? What is it? I never really questioned it before. Oh, they are flowers. Cool. Okay, I'm gonna dry this and then add a few patterns. What I have in mind is like a few lines, a few dots, like, you know, nothing wild or crazy. I don't tend to add patterns often, so, like, at all. So anything is a step in the right direction. You can eat them? I'm surprised that they would have something sweet and yet be so deterring by being spiky. Hey, okay. So let me catch up. Hey, September. So you. Oh, so Maria, yes, we can use the reference. Is a royalty-free one. So you can go back a few minutes. If you didn't screenshot, you can go back a few minutes and screenshot, and you can, yeah, you can definitely use it. Then September, yes, you can mix acrylic ink with gouache. Out of curiosity, what are you trying to do by wildflower? What are you trying to do by mixing the two? Do you mean like you have the acrylic gouache and you have the gouache and using them together, or like in a painting side by side, or do you mean that you're trying to change the property of either the acrylic or the gouache? And I ask that because it may be that actually there's a better way to get what you're trying to achieve, what you're trying to get, if that makes sense. Oh, trying to think of a way to use up the ink. Yeah, you could mix it. The only thing that I would say is be careful to not get the acrylic ink into the gouache, because the mixture that you create will not reactivate with water. And then September, what Tara suggested is a great idea, and that's actually what I did for a few things. And I can show you. I mix them with a bit of acrylic. So I mix the acrylic inks with a bit of acrylic and put them in these bottles, but you can also put them in like empty pens like this. And because I was mixing them, I could get the consistency that I then wanted. Initially, to be honest, I did it because I had some acrylic paints and I really didn't like the colors. So in mixing them with the acrylic inks, I was able to get colors that I like, and then I put them in tiny bottles so that I can use them for doing my abstract grids and like my abstract artwork. So that might be a way. Yeah, definitely. It's a fun way to make the most of them and to change them into the thing that you like to use. And I mean, if you want them to be like, did you say high flow? Yeah, if you wanted them to be like high flow acrylics, then I wouldn't necessarily mix them with high flow acrylics. I would mix them with acrylics that have a little bit more body so that it ends up being something in between, if that makes sense. Okay. It's time to add patterns. I'm not doing anything groundbreaking here. This one is going to be checkered patterns. I must say, doing this challenge has actually been very relaxing. Wonder which pattern this should be. Maybe what I'll do is divide this here and here. So you're like, oh, am I doing checkered again? No, not quite. I'll do it like this. And then what I'm going to do is like different lines going different ways in each box. That ASMR. sorry. Looks like I'm getting a message. Going across again. Which way? This way. Can go down. There we go. That's another pattern. I do feel like the pastel pencils work best for this, but I'm happy to try another one. Which pattern should I do on here? That's the thing, like I don't feel, as you can tell, I don't tend to do that many patterns because I'm like, what's a pattern? Like all I'm thinking is lines, you know, just lines going one way or another. Just reminds me of the doodles I used to do when I was younger. And I like that they're following the shape of the cactus. If all fails September, sell them and use the money to get the paints that you like. I think I'm gonna need fixative as I'm putting this down as heavy-handed as I am. I can't believe this. Some parts are still not dry. Let's do, maybe this one will be, I don't like circles. Yeah, it looks like everything's going to be a line of some form, but it's okay. That's still a pattern. Each one is special. Then this middle one, maybe I'll just do dots in this one. I hope no one had high expectations of the kind of patterns I was going to do. No groundbreaking patterns here. But these are the pastel pencils. Thank you, Sharmak. So done dots, could do circles, diamonds and swirls. How do we do swirls? Maybe let me do diamonds. I feel like diamonds is similar to what I did before. But maybe I will color some of them in. And gonna do some more here. Don't know if I'll do patterns on all of them, but some of them are working and I like that they are all slightly different. Could do some circles and these inadvertently turned into swirls. Guess now I do know what swirls are like. And I wonder how this is gonna sharpen. I've been avoiding we have a new subscriber. Thank you for joining. Who's the new subscriber? I can't see on this side. I've been avoiding sharpening my pastel pencils because I'm scared that they will break. So I always do like tiny bits. Triangles. Okay, let's do some triangles. And let's see if the Neocolor 2, not Neocolor, the Inktense, I'll put triangles going opposite way. Make it truly pattern-esque. So far, although I didn't want to do the dots, I quite like the dots. I like these two the most. They catch my eye quite a lot. Let's sharpen this bad boy. Is this no? I was hoping it was a blue. What is the bright turquoise in my palette? This one. It's an excellent question. It is, so this palette is Shinhan. And that color is the turquoise green by Shinhan, which is PG7 and PW6. This is the second time it's been asked about in the stream. Usually what I use, if you mean like in general, usually it's Winsor & Newton cobalt teal or cobalt turquoise, something like that. There's only one. But that's basically what I use in one form or the other. You're welcome. Oh, I see what you mean. Or maybe I don't. I'll try it and then you tell me if that's what you mean. So you're saying random line. Oh, okay. Like this, almost like I hope you can see it. I'll bring it up closer so that you can see. But yeah, I'm doing it like spikes basically. Like the actual pattern. That makes sense. A pattern that you would actually see on a cacti. And I am doing them beyond the cacti, like you suggested as well. And then I almost wanted, like, I like it when I have small details. I'm going to do random shapes, but have different lines, similar to the other one that I did. So like these ones are bending this way. This one's bending this way. This is dots. So it's, I guess, like patchwork. This is lines. This is lines again, but going horizontally. Lines going across. And this one we'll just do block color. We have a range of patterns. Can you see? What am I missing? What are you guys Oh, are you talking about the new... Oh yeah, has anyone... Okay, I see it. Has anyone seen the new Daniel Smith colours? Any opinions? I I've seen them. I thought some of them were really nice. I like the quin. I liked two colors in particular: the quin coral and one of the jaune brilliance. But if you tell me if it's one or two right now, I can't remember. That being said, I'm on a no buy for February with my art members, so I'm not getting any. And I suspect that I probably have something similar to them already, or if not, I can make them. Mix them myself, and I'm saying this not to deter anyone from getting it, but more so because I'm trying to remind myself of that so that I stick to this no buy for the month. September, you like to sharpen pastel pencils with a knife. It's scary but efficient. It sharpens. Oh, yeah, the sharpness break them. Yeah, that's what I was worried about. It's in fact why I contemplated not getting pastel pencils to begin with, because I was like, how am I gonna sharpen them? But yeah, do you get a particular knife or just any sharp pocket knife? Wildflower. The three pastel colors are just white mixed with existing colors, as is the case for most pastel colors. Like even the Holbein, pastel range, as pretty as they are, it's like colors plus white. Yeah, they'll definitely still be there in March. I'm not breaking the no buy for them. I think most things I wouldn't break the no buy for. It's funny though, because as soon as we obviously started, then Etcher released their new field case, which is big enough to contain a sketchbook, and I was like, ugh. And they're doing like these limited drops, but the drop ends like at the beginning of March. So if I still want them then, I can get them then. But that was when I saw it and I saw like the countdown time. I was like, you've got to be kidding me. Yeah, exactly, Maria. That's what that's the reason that we're doing it, just to focus on the supplies that we have, and also I guess to like get creative. Like if the aim of the challenge is to not get any new art supplies, and to create, that's this art bingo that I created was part of us getting ready for the no buy challenge, and just me thinking of different things that I can do to keep it fun and keep it focused on using what I already have rather than jones in for new ones. And just makes me think, okay, what do I have that I can use instead? Because back in the day when I first started, I didn't have many supplies. I think for the first couple of years that I painted, I only had one. I say couple, it couldn't have been a couple of years, maybe it was one year. I used my Cotman paints and a really cheap sketchbook, and I was having the time of my life. So, and created lots and lots, and used biro pen and got really cool effects and whatnot. So I just hence also this challenge again, to dive headfirst into creating. Do I have the pink? Oh, here it is. Does anyone count the satchel as an art supply? Will they not send me one? No, I don't think they will. They didn't even yeah. No, I don't think so. I don't know actually. Maybe I'll ask, but I don't know. I don't think so. They didn't even really mention it to me initially when I saw it, and I was like, you guys are doing a new line? What's going on? And they were like, oh yeah. But I don't know. I could ask, I guess. And be like, please. But I don't know if they will, because it's like limited, you know, limited edition, limited drop. So I'm guessing they're making it like it's made to order. I don't know. Guess it doesn't hurt to ask. And if anyone's wondering why would they, because I'm Etch's UK ambassador. I still feel so like in shock and like, whoa, I can't believe it when I say it. But yeah, I am the UK ambassador. So as part of that, if you use the code Sketches10, you get 10% off your Etcher orders, whether you're getting them from Jackson's or from Etcher itself. And I've linked everything linked down below. I've linked everything in the description below. The pastel pencils, oddly enough, do not layer that well on top of the Inktense pencils. They layer on top of everything else. So far. Can't remember how well they layer on top of Neocolor 2s. I know, that's the thing. Yeah, no, I am their ambassador. I feel like I don't say it enough. To be fair, like I need to like add it to my Instagram and whatnot. But I do tend to add the link with the discounts to my description. But I guess if I don't say it, people don't know it's there. But yeah, no, I was really into the square ones as well. I was quite tempted by that because I haven't tried their perfect sketchbook, not the signature one. They're just normal perfect sketchbook, because I don't tend to like landscape orientation that much. Like, it's fine, but I'm not that drawn to it. And given that I have so many portrait sketchbooks to get to, it makes sense to use them first before I start using shapes that I don't want to. So this is the tempera stick. This one that I have picked up in particular tends to be more on the translucent side. But as you can see, like that's that there. I'll put a few dots here, there and everywhere. And it dries when permanent. When dry, it's permanent and it's matte, so that you can layer on top of it. Obviously, it's hard to be precise with them by the nature of the fact that it's like painting with a giant lipstick, but they're fun. This is the Posca that I was fighting with during my mixed media totally abstract painting earlier in the sketchbook. Actually, to be fair, this one wasn't bad at all. There was the, what are they called? It's not Liquitex, it's the Edding ones. All the Edding ones are pretty much dry, just here for decoration. So I'm gonna have to try and figure out what to do, because I can still hear the ink inside. It's just, it took forever for it to come, and then it was just like tiny bits. You have the normal sketchbook, so you wanted to get the portrait or square. So the square everyday ones are available all the time. They're not limited edition. The square perfect ones are the limited edition ones. And then the portrait everyday signature series ones are technically limited edition, but they've done them like every year. They just change a bit. So the one from 2024, which is the latest one, has less pages than the older one, is the main difference. And then also they got rid of the older one had more pages because it had the watermark of the Fabriano Artistico paper on it. And apparently some people didn't like it, so they got rid of it. So I think it only has it in like a couple of pages, and it's a lot smaller as opposed to in quite a few pages and really big. Okay, I feel like we've you know, we're winning, like we've won. We've got patterns, we've got prickly pears. You see, just out here fighting with my supplies. But that's the thing, right? I'm gonna use these until every drop, and then I'll throw them away and be more mindful when replacing them so that I know what I actually need to get. Oh, just adding, I know that we have patterns, but equally what ended up being an accident and turned into a white dot turned into, I think, a nice pattern that I can add, because cacti have dots. David, hey! Welcome. I'm glad that you could come. I wondered, should we do fruits next? All that talk about fruit got me so hungry though. Part of me is like, oh, will I be ruining the sketchbook by switching to fruits? But the other part of me, oh, then again, I also did want to do that landscape, you know, on the double page spread. Looks like I reached my goal. No, I haven't. I haven't finished it. My goal of creating more, yes, but my goal of like actually finishing this sketchbook, not yet. Still going. I could say like I'm not ending this stream until I finish this sketchbook, but I feel like it would just be me. There'll be some ride or dies that will try to hold out, and then maybe by hour 10 you'll be like, nah, this is unreal. Like the live stream that I did ages ago that just crossed time zones. So it started off with people in the US, then it was people in Australia, like then the people in the US started going to bed. That's when I realized like, whoa, this must be late. And then people in the UK started waking up. It was literally like wild. Okay, I'm gonna dry this and see. Oh, I really like it. I wasn't sure how it's gonna go, but I like it. I love it. So maybe I'll do some fruits as well. Fruits will be quick. Although I like the idea of this entire sketchbook. The 5-hour live stream earlier, I know. I know. But you know what is so funny? I did not realize it was 5 hours. I thought it was like 2, max 3 hours. And I couldn't, like, even now I can't see the time because of this program that I'm using. So I can't see how long I've been streaming for or what the time is. So I just kept going thinking like, oh, it's a few, you know, it's been 3 hours. And then when I came out of the program to see something else and I looked at the live stream, that's when I realized it had been going on for 5 hours. I was like, oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. I can't believe it. It was unreal. I'm gonna mute myself as I dry this. As I do, stretch, get a drink, pick a prompt for yourself or for me. And hold on, this is the, no, I don't want to do that one. I feel like I've done that so many times. This is going to be very similar to the next one I want to do. Done this one already. Done this one. Ooh, I quite like this. So, having just, I was like, wait, why is it familiar? Yeah, because I just painted cacti, that's why. But yeah, I'll do this one. I'm back. So, I'm thinking, I'm drinking rum and Red Bull. Who's Go With The Flow by? And no, hey Kaylin, welcome. I haven't read any of the books. Is it good? And what are the other books? And Brenda, how's Go With The Flow? So far, so good. Who's it by? I feel like oh, I didn't know that Anna had made a book as well. There are so many, so many good books out there. I was supposed to make a video about the books that I have actually. I don't tend to read or have step-by-step instructional books. I'm thinking with this one. Oh, Marwin. Okay, yeah, so I've heard of that one before. Oh, Marwin's lovely. I attended her workshop. Was it last year or the year before? The year before. The year before last, or was it last year? No, it was the year before last, and it was so good. I very thoroughly enjoyed my time there. Yeah, so I haven't done No White Space yet, but the whole sky is white, so how would I do No White Space? Make it a night scene. And then we've done Continuous Line. I've done Create a Painting with 20 brushstrokes. I haven't technically done Impressionist, but I feel like all my art looks Impressionist. I don't know if you'd agree. But maybe I'll do this one in Impressionist again. Like deliberately, intentionally, my interpretation of Impressionist, which in theory is like every painting. Oops, sorry. I I did Skillshare a few years ago, and it was good, like, you know, because there are some really great artists that are there, and there's a whole range of classes. And honestly, the reason that I didn't get it again was twofold. It's just, you know, a lack of time. Like, I just felt like I wasn't actually using it, and so like I cancelled it. But as for the, if you're the type who's actually going to do the classes, it's really good. Back in the day, I think when I had it as well, it used to be monthly, which just made life so much easier, and it just made sense for me anyway, because, you know, if I know, oh, it's going to be a busy month, then that's fine. I can cancel it or pause it and then pick it up again, and then, you know, but then they switched it to yearly, so now you can only get yearly, and it just makes it a bigger investment, which is why, again, I'm like, oh, that's why I haven't got it again. But I wish they would just do it. I wish they would just make it monthly again. Can you? I don't think so. I feel like I tried to get it again on monthly, and I couldn't. I could only see yearly, and I thought I was in the wrong place, and I just kept trying over and over, and then I was like, you know what? Do I even have time? And I ended up giving up. But I think they changed it to yearly. And in fact, I think that the final bullet for me was that when I had the monthly, it auto renewed to yearly, and I was like, whoa, what's going on? Yeah, wait for the holiday 50% discounts. I think that's a good shout. Who knows? I'll see. Maybe like you know, the next Black Friday or something. The coming Black Friday, I will think about it again, because I was really tempted actually. This was it Christmas? I feel like it was maybe just before Christmas, but I don't know if it was actually during Black Friday that they were doing the discount. And I was quite tempted by it. But yeah, it's just like my, I don't even really have qualms with it. Is more that I didn't actually do the classes. So I was like, okay, no more. Oddly enough, I did do the Domestica classes. I don't know why. I don't know if it's maybe because it's less in terms of like less options. So I just, not less options. How do I word it? Like, I got a deliberate course that I wanted, and I think it was on sale, and I was like, okay, cool. And I don't know why actually. I don't know why I've done the Domestica classes but not the Skillshare that much. Like, I did a few Skillshare, but considering that I had it for a year, I maybe did like 4 classes. Yeah, it's like a gym membership, yeah. Like, I get it for the year, but I don't go. Yeah, I really enjoyed I really enjoyed the Domestica courses that I did. I did the one with Alex Hilkertz. It's actually how I like discovered him and his art, and I just love the way that he does urban sketching and watercolor paintings. So I really liked his course. Well, I liked quite a few of them. I think I've done 4 or 5, but again, you know, bought intentionally and did it within a certain period of time. So I've done it in the same I've done the same number of classes in a shorter period of time. If you were interested in Domestika, I do have a discount code, which is Sketches.n.Scrubs 10 off. And you get 10% off. Let's see. I mean, I know that my ratio isn't quite right, but I'm just so ready to make progress. I'm like, forget the ratio, I'm doing it across both pages. Oh, what was the impressionistic. Yes, he is the one who works in film. Or I think he used to. I don't know if he still does. Yeah, his art is amazing. Yeah, I'll write the code so that it makes sense. So Sketches, it's in caps even. Sketches. I don't know why they made it so long. Sketches and Scrubs 10 off. That is 10% off. And I do have an affiliate code somewhere, but I don't have it to hand, so I'll share it later. Oh, how did we go on to the next? Oh, maybe because I was typing. Where's the cacti? You are welcome. I'm always looking for discounts. Oh, wouldn't that be nice? 100 off. Yeah, I'm always looking and asking for discounts. I've been trying to ask, like, not trying. I have asked Art Miranda for discounts so many times to share with you guys. Always no. I don't know why. Just like, just give one time. Just give us a discount. No. Jackson's gave us the discount until they took it back and then emailed me and told me to tell people to stop using it. How long will I be live? I honestly don't know. It's a good question. It is. I usually just keep going until I'm too tired. Which is or until, yeah, I guess until I'm too tired. I was gonna say or until you guys are too tired, but it's hard to know because people come and people go, and quite naturally. You have left painting your palette supplies. Oh yeah, left the paint. So palette / supplies, fruit window from life, no white space, and from imagination. Thank you, Wildflower. I've done from imagination already, although it wasn't massively like, as in it's from imagination, but it wasn't anything wild. It's just a field. I can show you. This one was from imagination. So I have from life and no white space. What a pretty yellow. Thank you. This is a yellow by Shinhan. It's a yellow gouache by Shinhan, which is not this. Oh. I can't even tell you what the yellow is because I don't know where I've put it. For reasons unknown, I took it out of the box. But it's the set B. So whichever yellow is in set B is this yellow. And we're going for impressionistic, which for me literally just means I'm painting as I normally paint because I keep getting told that looks impressionistic. Mm. Oh, I was so tempted to get the book, Maria, because I just love her artwork. Um, but I resisted because it's in Spanish, and I kept going through this phase. Like the Domestica course that I got is also in Spanish. I don't speak Spanish. I don't understand Spanish. And I told myself, no, it's fine. Like, even though it's not in English, I will do the course and it will be completely fine. And that is the two courses that I got in Spanish are the two courses that I haven't yet done. And so I I decided to not do the same thing for books. You know, like when I was younger, there was a book that I wanted that only came it was in English for something like £80 per book, and it was in French for £15 per book. So I got the French, and they're thick, but they're manga. They've got like pictures. So I got all the volumes in French, and I would just read through it with my English to French dictionary. And I actually read it and finished it. So obviously I thought, oh, I've done it before, I could do it again, but I just could not be bothered as of yet. I do like that Arte Miranda has, like, covers the import and whatnot fees, because that's one of the reasons that I don't like to buy from abroad. I don't want the surprise of custom fees. Like, you have to understand, before I started creating the Happy Mail for my members, I next to never went to the post office. Like, I never sent letters. It wasn't a thing I had ever done or or thought that I would do. And I like, if you've been here enough, you've heard me say this so many times, but I still remember the first time that I tried to send the Happy Mail, and I went with the letters. I went to the counter because I was like, I'm probably going to need help, and all the letters were too thick. There was something like 0.6 millimeters, and the cutoff is 0.5 millimeters, and so the price was more than double. And it wasn't even because, like, I'd got thick paper or anything. It's because I'd made the dots on the mount, like, the dots of the dot card, like, quite tall, even though it was light and whatnot. And so I was like dejected, and I was like, okay, that's fine, I'm gonna take the L. I'll send it. And the post office lady was like, no, 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 no. And she, like, started helping me squeeze them down to try and get it like 1 millimeter shorter so that they could actually go for cheaper. And we stayed there for so, like, then I went and I was trying to, like, rearrange them and put pressure where I could and see which ones I could make smaller. And I ended up staying there for so long. And then obviously the next month I went to ship again, this time more prepared, because I'd bought the thing to check to make sure that it's thin enough, so that I got the right dimension and whatnot. And she remembered me. She was like, oh my gosh, you're back again. Like, because I was so clueless when it came to shipping. So for that reason, I can't deal with any custom fees or whatnot. Or at least I try to avoid them as much as possible. The only thing that I risked it for was the Holbein granulating watercolors. I was like, okay, cool, risk it for a biscuit, and that was fine. And then Arte Miranda, that was fine. And I tried to get something from Australia. Absolute nightmare. They tried to charge me customs, even though it was under the threshold, and then I was trying to communicate with the company, and it was just back, forth, and then in the end, they ended up, like, they were just like, just let it come back and we'll send it again. And then it went back and they didn't send it again, and then they were like, we'll just give you a refund, Guess nobody could be bothered. You were thinking of getting a watercolor book from France, but maybe you should wait. Yeah, I don't know. I think it depends again on the type of person that you are. But I feel like, especially like say with the Domestica course that I got in French, I think now actually they have auto dubbing. So I need to try and look back on the courses that I bought and see if they've done the dubbing on that, because I watched a bookmaking course that was actually in Spanish, but there was an English voice. But I think that for me, if I'm trying to learn something, there's already like that level of discomfort of like I'm focusing on learning something. To try and learn something while also trying to translate or while also trying to read subtitles and looking at what she's painting was just not an enjoyable it was just not an enjoyable thing for me. So I was like, okay, I can't. The manga book, I was obviously very committed when I was younger. It's a TV show that I used to, a cartoon manga, I don't know how to describe it, that I used to watch when I was a child. And you know, like when I was older, I was like, what? Like the stories were quite twisted, I thought. And then I was like, maybe they weren't that twisted and I'm just, mistaking. Having read it again when I was older in French, I was like, the story is really twisted. Like, what was I reading? What was I watching? How is this like a children's... Like, is it for children, or did I assume it was for children because it was like cartoon? Who knows? Yeah, the techniques and things are helpful to see nonetheless, I guess. And as I say, for some, that won't be an issue. I read over 1,000 pages in French because I really wanted the books for cheaper, so can be done. But I think I'm already the type that takes me forever to get round to doing a course. For it to then also not be in English was too much. Yeah, it's good. I don't know how they do that, and I don't know why other places don't do it more often, because I imagine it would improve sales if there was that reassurance that actually you're not going to get some random fees. That's the thing, like, how can I buy something and not know? That would be nice. Wouldn't it be nice? Be rich enough that I'm buying things and I don't even know if you're going to charge me or not, how much it's going to be, when it's going to come. I have never paid for their shipping. To give you an idea of the threshold, like no issue hitting the threshold any and all the time. I need to unsubscribe from them as well. I can't handle any temptation. I need to, and that's the thing, like it's a pastime for me, just looking at art suppliers, seeing what's new, what are their prices, committing their prices to memory for no reason. Oh, thank you so much for joining, Melissa. It was so nice to see you. I'm glad you could make it. I hope that you have a lovely rest of the day. Yeah, I think... Do you mean a book or a course, Wildflower? Miss Ebony, hey. Day 2 indeed. I've literally spent most of today painting and listening to music dancing in the studio while trying to paint. Had a lovely one-to-one. It's been a good day. Oh, it's I thought you meant like where am I from? Was that Nigeria? It's sketches as in like a nod to art, and scrubs a nod to being a doctor. Is that what you mean? Like why am I called Sketches and Scrubs? Because I felt like those are the two big parts of my life. And sketches and scalpels sounded too scary. Let me... No, that's really good. Wildflower to just try and get as much as possible. But yeah, if the classes are on YouTube as well, YouTube has started the auto dubbing. Yeah. Yeah, no, I am a doctor. Doctor by day and night and weekends. Artist the rest of the time. No, actually the dubbing on YouTube isn't automatic, Wildflower, but for the videos, if you go on the settings, you can change it just in case there are certain creators. It won't change it automatically for you if English is your default language. But I know that for some people, they were like, why do you sound like AI in German? And I'm like, it's YouTube, it's not me. Yeah, I know. We can... it's... I almost wonder how much we'd save by not buying all the supplies. It's hard. Yeah, it's hard. I don't know. It's like it's odd for me because apart from art supplies, I don't feel this pull for anything else. So like, I don't enjoy buying clothes at all. It's not something I do very often. A lot of my clothes are like my newest clothes will be things that are from my sisters. Either that is theirs and they want to get rid of, so they're like, do you want this? And I'm like, yeah, sure. Or they're like, got me something. I don't like shoes. I used to be really into bags, but again, it wasn't like, oh, I would buy bag after bag after bag. It would be that, I can appreciate a really nice bag, and maybe every so often I will buy a nice quality bag. But yeah, art supplies is the only thing that I just feel this unexplainable urge to buy all the time. No, that's the thing with, again, I keep turning back to, and I know I keep mentioning, I'm probably gonna make a second part of a second part to my no buy video. But in that video as well, was like one of the stipulations that I gave myself was that I couldn't pick up another hobby because I didn't want it to be like, okay, I'm not buying art supplies, and then all of a sudden I'm buying like 50 rolls of yarn, or are they rolls? But 50 balls of yarn, or a new sewing machine and lots of fabric, and so it had to be like nothing. Yeah, I think so. I think I'm doing the same though. It literally like out of nowhere, I'm like, I want all of them. but it is you know, I know I have more than enough. Just need to remember that the next time I see a sale. You have no bad habits except for books. Yeah. And that's the thing, it's not even that I would necessarily have like I don't think that it's necessarily bad to have habits. I just didn't want to replace one thing for another. Like I wanted to spend less in general. Yeah, it is an expensive hobby indeed. I feel like it should come with a PSA. It's gonna be great. It's gonna make you feel amazing. You're gonna make some great friends from all over the world, and it's gonna be expensive if you fall down the rabbit hole of buying lots of art supplies. The joyous rabbit hole that is art supplies. Did I add any clauses? For February, I've added no clauses because I'm like, really and truly, other sales will come. Like, okay, fine, sort of. No, I added no clauses because I'm like, other sales will come, and a lot of the time, the sales during Black Friday, this is me like telling myself, a lot of the time the sales during Black Friday are better than the mini here and there sales that they're doing everywhere. I guess the caveat to that is like the clearance sales. I don't know when and how the UK started doing clearance sales more recently, and they've been better than other sales I've seen them do in the past. But still, I'm just reminding myself I don't need it. And I have more, I feel like I'm in that balance or in that place where I have more than I can use before it runs out. Like I would have to be painting like a maniac all the time in order to finish all the paper, all the gouache, all the watercolor that I have. And the watercolor will keep, the gouache is okay, but the paper will not. So I need to actually use them more. And then, you know, obviously, like I pulled out my acrylic pens today to use them, and I was fighting with them because they dried up. So yeah, they will come and go and come back again. The kitchen supplies. Yeah, no, February doesn't seem to like a big sale month. That being like, it's not, and yet today I received an email to say like I could get 2 free brushes, one of them being this one. Can you imagine my favorite brush? It was like, if you, as in like the brush that I just keep using, what was it? It was something like, if you buy £40 worth of supplies, you will get this brush and a round brush for free. I was like, what? And then I got another one to say like, we're having clearance sale, and then I think another one that I wasn't interested in, like a brush sale or something, in one day. Painting painting like today and yesterday, and still I wonder if I painted like this all the time, like say every weekend, how, well not weekend, but you know, on off days, how long would it take me to finish my art supplies? Would I finish my art supplies? This is the question. I wanted to do a use it up challenge as well. I don't know if I will, but I was kind of like, you know, say for example, I pick this watercolor palette that I have on the side here, and I'm like, okay, I want to see how many paintings I can make with this one palette, and I just keep painting and painting and painting. Is it going to be 100? Is it going to be 50? Is it going to be 200? Who knows? But say it takes, how many paintings do you think that this kind of palette with half pans or full pans, like doesn't really matter, would create, sorry, roughly. Because I'm thinking like, okay, say I think it would do more than 100. I think I've definitely done more than 100 paintings with it, and it's still there. Some of the colors, yes, I've hit pan and whatnot, but it's still pretty much there. So say I could do 200 with them, and I have 10 palettes. That's 2,000 paintings, and I have more than 10 palettes. A 150 sketchbook pages. Yeah, a lot of paintings. I agree. I think so too. I think it will last longer than I think, and I kind of feel like the good thing about doing a use it up challenge could potentially be that it would hopefully be a helpful way to negate the thoughts of like, I don't want to use it because I'm gonna waste it and I'm gonna run out. Because how long can that thought last if I'm doing 200 paintings and there's still paint? Like surely by like painting 50, I'm like, oh my gosh, I just want to get this done, and there's more and more and more. So I feel like it would be a good way to combat that, like, oh, I can't use my good art supplies, because you can. You can. If you're not good at painting number one, you would definitely be good at painting 200. Exactly, Wildflower. And Sonia using the Van Gogh paints. Yeah, they'll take forever. Like even my Cotman paints, I hit pan on some of them, but I never finished that palette. The only palette no, I was gonna say I finished the Van Gogh, like the small 12 set of Van Gogh, but I don't think I finished that either. I'm glad, Maria. That's the thing, yeah. No one come for me. If you look on my channel, you will 100% see like lots of art hauls, and you will see that I don't know what color to do. Like I know it's green on there, but anyway, let me do it green and see. But yeah, if you look on my channel, you'll definitely see like plenty of art hauls, and you'll see that I do indeed love, buying supplies and using them as well. But these are the thoughts that have been going on in my head as we get ready for the no buy. And because I don't want it to be like a punishment. It's not a punishment. It's you have so many awesome supplies that got you really excited. How many of them have you used? And if if you haven't used them because you're telling yourself, oh no, I'm not good enough to use it yet, it's too expensive or whatnot, ask yourself, how many paintings do you think that you could create with it? Or pieces of artwork, if it's a pencil or whatnot, how many could you create with it? And try and use it up and see if you're not like, oh, okay. Even with paper, like, I used to think that with paper, like with 100% cotton watercolor paper, I'd think like, no, it's it's expensive, I can't use it. And so I would buy lots of cellulose paper. And this is not to say that cellulose is bad, but I bought so much cellulose that it would have just made more sense to actually buy less and have 100% cotton watercolor paper. Do you know what I mean? Like the amount that I spent was maybe probably the same as if I had just bought less paper that was 100% cotton. But in my head I was like, oh no, I can't, because it's expensive per sheet and whatnot. And I think, yeah, sure, at the beginning there's definitely a thing to be said to just having loose sheets and just being able to create anything and everything and do drills without worrying about the cost of the paper. But when I passed that point, I was still not getting cotton, because I didn't think, oh, my art is good enough. And then even when I got cotton, I was still getting more cellulose, because I was like, oh, why have almost like, why have 50 sheets of 100% cotton watercolor paper when I could have 200 sheets of cellulose paper? Have I finished the 200 pages? No, no, I have not. Well, now I have. Like, I've been going through them, but yeah, I don't know. These are all the thoughts that I have in my head, keeping me going this month. Oh, Derwa, this year you're breaking up the sets, squeezing tubes, sharpening pencils, and mixing up markers. Wow. That's inspirational. It's so, honestly, especially like my sets are the same. And that's the thing. And we listen, we don't judge. A lot of the time, I don't want to split up my sets. So to me, it'd make sense. I would get like duplicates, so that I can have my sets intact. It's an expensive taste to keep this tendency going. But yeah, no, it's really helped you to get your supplies out of the drawers and actually have them on your desk. I completely agree. The same thing for me when I started putting my gouache in the Stay Wet palettes and actually just having them around or open and ready to go made such a difference. Just actually having the supplies there within arm's reach. Yeah. I agree. I agree. I haven't done the I haven't done the use it up challenge yet, but I think in part this whole like let me use a sketchbook as quickly as possible was part of that um you know was part of that aim to like actually use up my supplies. I'm gonna fix this later because don't like the way it is. Does this? I don't know how I'm feeling about this thing here. This cactus. Maybe if I make it more blue. This feels out of reach. Yeah, so this was part of that because like I used to be so precious about the Etcher sketchbooks, even though they've like given me Etcher sketchbooks as their ambassador, they've given it to me. Still, was still precious, even though I, during a sale, bought 6 sketchbooks. They were doing something ridiculous, like buy 2 get 1 free, something like that. No, what am I saying? Buy 2 get 1 free, something like that. Or buy 1 get 1 free. And so I maximized on that at the time. And still I'd be like, oh no, I can't use it because I'm gonna run out. Oh no. You've decided that any watercolor paper other than 100% cotton is a waste of money for you because you end up throwing away the paintings. I've made, although I've kind of broken this rule, but I've made a conscious effort to not buy any more cellulose paper because I'm not doing drills that often or anything like that, and the effects of the paper is not like, it has its place in terms of like having harsher lines, and some of the colors sometimes like some of them can be brighter and whatnot, but I don't enjoy it more than 100% cotton watercolor paper. So I might as well get the paper that I enjoy and use that over spending the same amount on cheaper paper so that I can have more paper that I then don't use. What is happening? 6 wildflower, 6. Yes, Tara, 6 at the same time. And still I was hesitant to use them for the fear that I would run out. So I've used, I think, like I started using them eventually, but initially it took me ages because I was like, oh no, what if I run out and I have to wait for yet another sale? And I'm like, oh my gosh, I have 6 sketchbooks that I need to make through. I don't know why you guys are surprised. You guys forget that I have over 100 sketchbooks. Have you not seen that video where I went through all my sketchbooks? And I thought I had 50. And then after counting, I realized I actually, in fact, wildly had 100. Like 100 sketchbooks, sketchbooks, sketch pads, like blocks, the full works, but still 100. Yeah. It's a good video. I recommend it because I also I'm not just there counting, I'm there talking about the sketchbooks that I have in progress, the ones that I haven't used, their different properties, and I kind of do a mini review on the different sketchbooks. But yeah, I thought I had 50, but I did not. I had 100. I think I had something like 106 or something like that. So that's why I stopped buying sketchbooks. And not all of them are sketchbooks that I want to use. Some of them are, not for watercolor and whatnot. So 150 now since that video. Potentially. I think I had 106. I don't think I've gotten 46 more sketchbooks. After counting them, I cut down quickly on buying sketchbooks. That being said, since then I bought a Pith sketchbook. I bought a few Royal Talent sketchbooks because I've been going through them quite quickly just for creating anything and everything. And I got the Etcher sketchbooks. I think I got 3 Etcher sketchbooks. So in theory, I shouldn't have more than 120. But I could see, but you know what? I could be wrong because I was off by double last time. So it could be that I'm out here saying, yeah, no, definitely not more than 120. And actually, Derwood, you're completely right. And it's 150. Either way, come what may, I am adding this sketchbook to the pile of complete at some point. I am finishing this sketchbook. It's funny because that's how my dad talks. He'll say come what may, forthwith. His vocabulary is very, I don't even know how do you describe that. Sometimes he'll say words and I'm like, there's no way this is English, and it is. And my grandma couldn't speak English but knew the word nincompoop, which I thought she'd made up, and I was like, and then I checked and it wasn't. I was like, of all the English, and then latrine, and I was like, what's a latrine? And I was like, why why are we, what's going on? What am I missing? Whoops, let me scroll up. Sorry. You're just as bad with running out. I know, I'm literally always scared, oh no, I'm going to run out. Yeah, I think, to be fair, I was thinking, did I buy it after I did the video or before? I can't remember if I bought it round about when I did the video, but then after I saw videos and I was like, maybe I shouldn't have bought it, because maybe, I don't know, it's kind of giving Art Creations vibe. I haven't, not from using it, from what I've seen. Although some people say no, 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 it's much better than the art creations. It can actually handle wet media a bit better, but I don't think it would handle it better than an actual watercolor sketchbook. So you live and you learn, you know? Yeah, making your own sketchbooks is such a great idea. I've made my own with Bockingford paper, which is cellulose paper that I like. And I've bought 100% cotton watercolor paper to make my own sketchbooks as well. But then again, I have over 100 to make my way through. This is why I was like, no new habits as well. Because, I'm like, yeah, but I'm doing bookbinding. It's fine. I was like, no, it's like a gateway. Yeah, they have the everyday. What do you mean? So they have the everyday sketchbook, which is the one that I'm using now. They have the perfect sketchbook, which is the one in between that has a dark cover and only comes in landscape, has 300 GSM, 100% cotton watercolor paper. And then they have the the signature series perfect sketchbook, which has 300 GSM Fabriano artistical paper with a faux leather and comes in portrait and in B5. So that one is my favorite. The everyday one is the one that I use all the time and I really enjoy. Although it's 230 GSM paper and it's cold press, but it's very, very, it's not, it hasn't really got that much texture. It's literally, it's between cold press and hot press, in my opinion. So if you like texture, you wouldn't like this. If you don't like texture, and you're looking for something but you don't like it completely smooth, you would like this. Mm-hmm. You can imagine. Let the stores do the storing. Wow, that is powerful. that is literally powerful. Because I'm out here doing all the storing for them. I feel like I should turn that into a sticker or something. A reminder. I want to do another cacti, another banger. Baby, calm down, calm down. Um, but yeah, I did share more ideas and insights in the no buy guide, the dose of inspiration that I made for us. Just it's here. Just because I have more ideas. Again, because I don't want to come, I feel like if I come at it from a perspective of, oh, I'm depriving myself, or oh, I'm saying, no, or it's a punishment, or I bought too much, or the focus is solely on not buying, then one, it won't be as enjoyable, and it, at the end of the day, I don't mind buying if I'm actually using them. The buying is not the issue, the not using is the issue. If I bought 100 sketchbooks but I painted in all of them, there would be no need for a no buy challenge. So hence the challenges like art bingo, to focus on creating and doing things like Derwood has suggested as well, of like, having the supplies out so that you can see them and they're easily accessible. I feel like I need another cactus somewhere here. And yeah, I don't want it to be so domineering, but I feel like I need another one here. What supplies are my least used? The list is long. So least used, Um, Acrylics. I feel like acrylics and pastels are my least used. Like I have some oil pastels that I've barely used. I have some soft pastels that I've barely used. And I have, yeah, so I guess pastels are my least used. Um, but that's because I don't like pastels. A shorter one? Oh, do you mean like the ones that we've been doing on the other side? So not the same shape? I was thinking of doing like a big one here, but then I don't know, so that there's depth. You know what I mean? Oh, maybe, but I don't like them. I haven't even unpacked them to show you how disinterested I am in them. But I should just either use them or give them away. I can't keep them forever with the hope that I will like them. I keep showing you guys this just as a reminder of what's in it. I'm going to go through it myself probably tomorrow, like, you know, reflecting on the why, like how will I benefit from doing this challenge and making it really personal, like, and then why am I doing this challenge, then my goals and my intentions, like how many pieces of art I want to create or how much I want to save or what I want to use up, then the rules that I've set for myself, so the supplies I can't get, the supplies, I mean there's nothing that I can get, so the supplies I can't get, but I said something like if I finish all my gouache in 1 month I can replace it. I think I'd have to do like 5,000 paintings for that to happen. And if I do 5,000 paintings in 1 month, nobody can say nothing to me if I buy if I buy more gouache. Then I have the section for, yeah, I'm gonna do it tomorrow as well, for the art challenges. So one art challenge which, you know, Derwood's really good at doing as well is creating curated sets, just because, so, you know, thinking of a theme like we did our autumn sets together as members, but thinking of a theme and putting together those colors gets you to use colors that you don't always use, or at least for me it got me to use colors that I don't always use, because instead of thinking about what I tend to use all the time or what I like using or what comes more naturally to me, I was focused on what colors are autumnal, and that's what I put into the palette, and it got me to use things that I hadn't. So yeah, Zorn palette, or looking, if you're looking, like, say for example, at a curated palette that's online, like the Remishmore Essentials palette, for example, instead of buying it, trying to recreate colors similar to it, and so on and so forth. And then also, oh yeah, favorite session, so dedicating some time to creating our favorites, use it up, etc, etc. So I have a whole bunch of different, like, I mean, a whole bunch more inside it, and it's all available for free for my members in the Ko-fi shop. So everything's linked down below in the description in case you're interested. I'm mentioning it now because otherwise I'll forget. So what's a daddy cactus? Did we conclude? Am I doing a big cactus or a bigger one on the left? I agree, but same shape. I'm kind of tempted to make it purple. This is on a, it's going to be greatness or a total mistake. But YOLO. My favorite Remishmore color. It's a tricky one. What do you mean by favorite? Do you mean like if I could only use one, or do you mean like the prettiest? I literally don't even know how to answer that question. I'm like, part of me wants to say Quinn Gold, but then the other part of me is like, okay, if I could only use, like, there's also, I like Aquarius Green, but then I know, don't come for me, not as exciting, but I really like their Hooker's Green as well. Like, I just, I like the way it looks. So if I had to pick a favorite, it's stuck. I'm so bad at doing favorites in general. Like, the only thing I can say is that my favorite color in life in general to wear is black. Apart from that, I love all colors apart from orange. Although, I don't like orange to paint with or whatever, but the few times I've worn orange, I quite liked it. Okay. Thank you, Maria. Same shape it is. Misty Morning, Autumn Green, or Cobalt Blue. So that's 3 colors. I know, it's hard. I can't pick a favorite. I mean, when I tried, I made a video that had 30 colors. That was the the favorites video. I could probably cut it down because some of them were like, very, very similar, and they were also based on people's favorites as well as my own. So say, for example, I would pick between Shabish Grey, Shadow Violet, and Shadow Violet Light. Like, I would probably pick one of them. Quinn Gold Hue, or a new competitor, Azo, what's it called? Nickel Azo Gold. I'd have to pick one from there. What else? I like the, I like the, is it called Cobalt Sea Blue? Or am I just getting it from you? Ocean Blue. I like Ocean Blue, but I don't tend to use it as much. My most used blue is probably Ultramarine and Sky Blue. Hence why I struggle with favorites. Is it the colors that you're like, oh, that looks good? Or is it the colors that you use all the time? Like, same kind of goes for like the greens. I really like Aquarius Green and Autumn Green, but my most used green, hands down, is Hooker's Green. Like the Rimishmore Hooker's Green, not general Hooker's Green. Usually it's a sap green. Sonia. That's funny. Am I trying to look at it to the side to make sure I'm making it make sense? Are we saying this is impressionistic-esque? This is where moment of truth. I mean, clearly I didn't study art, so who knows? I almost wish I'd made it like shorter, but I can't. I can't wait. So I'm trying to make it thicker. I don't know if this is making sense to anyone but me, but I want to make it thicker so that it looks shorter. I can't explain it. It makes sense in my head. We'll see how it looks when I finish. Like, I want to make it thick. Am I regretting that decision? Maybe a little bit. Can I fix it? I can try. This is the bit where I look up to see. Could have left it chunky, but no. I mean, could have left it slim, but no. Wanted it to look chunkier. So I'm just adding some white to fix the problem. Okay. And some white here. And a little bit of white here. Why white, I hear you ask? Because make it huge. I could put, well, if I, no, I was like, oh, maybe I should paint a person. It's like, yeah, just destroy the painting right at the end. Let me add some pink. Enjoy. Thank you so much for joining, Wildflower. Have a lovely lunch. And until next time, maybe tomorrow. I'm joking. I don't think I, you know, at some point I have to stop ignoring my responsibilities. I can't help but feel like what I have done isn't making sense. Let me dry it and then I'll be able to just go over it. Not the whole thing, as in like I'll be able to fix this arm and then I think I'm done with this one, not with the stream. Who needs sleep? Is the stream okay? I think it keeps saying like dropped frames, which I think means it's freezing, but I don't know if it's doing that for you. Oh, okay. Good, no freezing. Just started for a second. Okay, that's good to know. Yeah, I don't know why I'm saying that. It's like, oh, drop frame, drop frame. Just adding some lines. Using our pastel pencil. Thank you, Maria. I don't even think it's like stamina. I think I just really enjoy hanging out with you. So it's a treat, you know? And it's been so long. This is the second video I've done this year, I think. Second live stream, second video. And I haven't live streamed on YouTube in a while. Okay, this is the impressionistic one. Just curious. I don't like the cacti that much, but I really like the landscape itself. Thank you, Maria. Yeah, I really like the landscape. So let's take that off. That's impressionistic. And I'll label this one and the next one before I forget. Oh. Tool. Okay. Thank you, Maria. Let's make a quick note so that I remember. Impressionistic. And then this one was patterns, isn't it? Patterns. And then this one, oh yeah, this one started as 3 colors and ended as, I don't even know. And then there was more, let me just say, and then there were more. This one was continuous line. And I've labeled the others because I still can't remember what this was. Thank you, Brenda. You want to put pink in them. I'm very much going through a pink phase. I don't think it was always there, but now it's there in full force for the time being anyway. Okay, I think, I was gonna say I think this is the halfway point, but actually we've passed the halfway point. Can you see? It's gonna be possible. Maybe this will end up being like completing it in a week. Like I definitely do it in a week. I say that and then I'm working every day, so who knows. That's why I want to try and get as many as possible done, because you know, if you let it, life will just get in the way. How dare it? So for the next one, I think it was, I wanted to do, where is it? I wanted to do this reference. I'm gonna change the water and stretch and grab a drink. I recommend that you do the same. I will be back in like 2 minutes. Look, I made a be right back screen, which I'm gonna share. I'm trying to be all professional, whatnot. And yeah, if you don't mind liking the video, stretching, getting a drink, and I will see you in a second. I was saying I'm back, and then I realized that I'm muted. I'm sorry. I don't know. I need to figure out what I am doing that makes it mute all the time. But anyway, I'm back. I just made it bigger in case you wanted to take a screenshot of the reference. Hopefully there's sound now. No, still can't hear me. I'm waiting to see if you can. Okay, yeah. I'm waiting to see if you can hear me. I was saying that I just made that bigger so that you can take a screenshot if you wanted. I know that there's sometimes, okay, cool. There's sometimes a lag between when I get your messages and when you send them. Sorry, I don't want to make you dizzy. Perfect, sorry. Thank you. Let's do this. I mean, we can still do art bingo. I'm trying to think in terms of like prompts. I feel like I've done pretty much most of them. Wildflower was the one keeping me on track. And I think that means don't need a prompt for this one because by now I should hopefully definitely have bingo. There was one that I wanted to do that was like same reference, like, you know, the duplicate ones. But I don't want to do the duplicate ones. I'll do this one. You know, in honesty, what I'm trying to think and figure out is whether I should do fruits next or whether this whole sketchbook should just be landscapes. That is the thought process. Oh, the tape is torn. This is the closest I've come to my 50 landscapes challenge. And the thing is, I'm pretty sure I've done more than 50 landscapes in a year, but I'd never really counted them or done it intentionally. So I was like, oh, or done it in a short period of time, you know? Like, I don't need to do it all in one go or in one day, but what is going on? All my tape is too short. There's something so nice about actually setting aside time to do this. And also using all these different supplies. I've left the prompt list up just in case you want to use it. And the PDF version is available in the description. Uh-oh, I'm getting... How? Okay. I think the reason that I like painting fruit, or that I enjoyed painting fruit last time, is because they are colourful. Not that complicated, just nice, colourful references. I think that's also what tempted me with the birds. put that down. So the only con of this tape is that when you use it a lot, it doesn't stick as well. But perhaps that's the case with any and all tape anyway. Okay, so let's see. I am going to make some rough notes or a rough sketch of where I want certain things, just so that I know. I'm the top of the waterfall, and I'm doing this with pen because I'm going to be primarily using gouache, so I can go over anything and everything. So that's the top of the waterfall, and then I don't want everything to be central, although I know that it is in the reference, so I'm going to move certain things slightly off to the side, just so that it's a slightly nicer composition. Yeah, no, it was last night, and then last night I was like, oh, I'm gonna do it again. Why not? Well, actually, I was unsure as to whether I would do it again, and then by the end I said, sure, why not? But I'm glad that you could come now. Sorry, yeah, it wasn't super pre-planned. It was last minute, as is the case, because I feel like I have to be in the mood to live stream. Do you know what I mean? Like, I feel like, okay, in theory, yeah, I could do a live stream irrespective of how I feel, but I feel like it's better if I have energy or if I'm excited about what I am creating. Like, you know, I feel like you have to be in the mood to do a live stream, especially because, like, there's multitasking, there's, you know, there's tech, it's live. It's best if I'm in the frame of mind to do it, which is hard to predict for me, I guess, because if I'm busy or if I'm tired, I'm like, is it gonna be a good live stream or should I just rest? Have I eaten anything? I ate earlier today. Is that what you mean? I had lunch. I haven't had dinner yet. Oh, I don't even know if I will have dinner, to be honest. I'm not usually, again, this is a do as I say, not as I do kind of thing. Like, you know, have 3 balanced meals a day, eat vegetables, all that good stuff. But usually I tend to 1 meal and I'm good. Maybe 2. Because I don't tend to eat when I don't always tend to eat when I'm at work. It just feels too busy and like I can't actually enjoy my meal, so what's the point? And so I'll just eat when I finish. And I think as a result now I don't tend to get as hungry during the day. Thank you, Natalie. I know that. It will. I will. I'm not hungry. And I had a snack. I think that's also why. Okay, so this is like literally the extent of my rough sketch, just to have a rough idea of the composition, where I want things, where the rocks will be, and now we can start adding some details. I also have Coca-Cola by my side. What did I miss? Oh no, enjoy dinner, Delwood. Let's do this tomorrow. That was funny. I think if I did it tomorrow, it'd just be like, me, myself, and I. That's all I got in the end. That's what I found out. Someone would be like, oh, another 5-hour live stream? I can't do it. As in, I could do it, but I feel like everyone else would be like, no, I can't do it. Understandably. And I feel like I have things to do that I haven't done, because I was like, you know what? Right now, the priority is just creating this challenge and nothing else. So I haven't done anything else that I needed to actually get done. I almost put my paintbrush in my Coke, which is ridiculous. Doesn't even look like my glass, like, you know, my water jar. Just adding my light initial layer just to check that I like the way the colors are. Some make sense, some don't. And then also I can start making sense of my tonal values. I need more yellow. And it's the Shin hand gouache that I've been using primarily. If I'm taking it from up here, that's the Winsor & Newton, but I let it dry out because I just wasn't creating as much. So whereas the Shin hand is still wet because it's newer. Yeah, so I've just got in the habit of adding supplies that I want to the wish list so that I don't buy them. Exercise self-control. And some of them I'm like, oh my gosh, but I want it so bad. Like, you know, more tumbos. Maria. That's very true. But it's like, it's a red can and yet my brush with a small hole, and yet I just saw myself going straight for it. I was like, this would be... How would I even explain this? Thankfully, I haven't done it before. What I have done is dropped my mouse, like the original, and it's so upsetting because I really liked that mouse, and it just connected to Bluetooth to my laptop. It didn't need me to connect the USB Bluetooth receptor, whatever. It just worked as it should do. Anyway, I dropped this inside my water bowl, and the rice couldn't save it, unfortunately. It stopped working. And so after a few months I got another one. Just makes life easier when it comes, especially like when it comes to live streaming, not having to do this. What I need to figure out is how to move between screens on a Mac without using my hands to swipe across, you know? It's a reflex. It really is. It's almost that thing, you know, when you're like, don't do it, don't do it, don't do it. And then because you keep thinking, don't do it, you end up doing it. I wish I had Prussian blue. That's what I want. And I can't deal with the cracked one right now. I'm just wondering, where have I put my Prussian blue? This is turquoise, yellow ochre, opera rose. Is this Prussian blue? Burnt umber. Where have I put you? They're all together. But where? Oh, here you are. My new storing system, trying to preserve their life for as long as possible. And because I was moving and I was worried about everything coming undone, that's why I've got it taped up. Okay, this is the Prussian blue that I keep using. This is all that's left. That is all that is left. Which, oh no, don't worry. I saw my no buy flash before my eyes. There's I have another one. I can't finish both in a month. I won't finish both in a month. I could, but I won't. It's on the side so that I can tap it up. But yeah, I just like how dark the colour is. It's a really pretty blue. Oddly enough, I don't use it that much in watercolour, but in gouache I use it quite a lot. Like, look at that. I just love how rich it is. And it's just not the same, you know. Ultramarine is just not the same. Especially in gouache. I don't know, I can't explain it. Like, let me swatch it let me have it next to each other so that you can see. This is the This is the ultramarine. It's not bad, but this is as dark as that gets, and this is as dark as this gets. It's just not the same. It's also, the Prussian blue is also cooler, like more green leaning. So I'm just blocking in the darker areas. Still pretty light though. It's just the thought of like, oh yeah, sure, it's the last Prussian blue. I tell you now, I feel like every painting I'd be like, but it needs Prussian blue. That's commitment, that. Okay, just adding darker areas. I love the way this is looking. I want a... Is it a burnt sienna? Or is it a burnt umber? Maybe it's a burnt sienna. Yeah. And so, like, I'm looking at the reference for a rough idea to just know, like, okay, where are the dark areas, where are the light areas, but I'm not following it completely. Because I feel like, I don't know, if I start, you know, focusing super tightly on it, I don't end up enjoying the process as much, and it doesn't even end up looking like a replica. So why am I stressing myself? But it's helpful to use as a reference to know, okay, this is where it's dark, this is where it's light. Make it make sense. Yellow. So making some more greens. This has felt like the perfect excuse to just paint as much as possible. I want more of this burnt sienna. I think it's gonna end up looking a little bit, well, we'll see. Might end up looking a bit autumnal if I add too much. But I like the way burnt sienna looks with the blues. And some more burnt sienna. Is anyone else painting as well? I don't know how long the stream's been going for, but you know, I feel like it's a good excuse to paint. Although I sometimes just enjoy being in like the live streams and the Zoom sessions and whatnot, and I'm not even painting, like I'm doing whatever it is that, you know, I need to do, life admin or whatever, but it's just nice to be around people creating art sometimes. And do I want all of this to be like that? Art gallery, you wish you were painting, you just woke up. Oh, good morning. Is it morning? Well, good morning or good afternoon or good evening, whatever time it is, if you're waking up from a nap. Oh, thank you so much. Agent, you're doing game design, building a garden. What do you mean? Oh, game, like the game is building a garden. Sonia, 4.5 hours. Okay, good to know. Good to know. It'll probably end up being like yesterday then, 5-hour live stream. I think the longest live stream I've done was 6 hours. And many a times I have contemplated doing longer live streams. Longer than that. Because I'm like, oh, maybe. Oh, you're in Australia. Yeah, good morning. It's good because I feel like usually the time zones don't align for my Australian audience to actually join in. So I'm glad that you could join. You're designing a garden environment for a game. Like, oh wow, like you're a game designer? That's so cool. I thought in my head, I was thinking like, you know, Sims. I was like, which would be cool too. Oh my gosh, I honestly, Sims has been on my mind so much because I used to really enjoy playing it. And I kind of want to play it again. But when I played it, I dedicated so much time to it because I just enjoyed it. Like, you know, and I was like, this is not real. Like, what am I doing? I need to stop. But I miss it. And now I'm like, oh, maybe I can just play it a little, you know, a little bit. Oh, wow. That's really cool. It took me months to be able to use OBS. So you can imagine my level of tech literacy in comparison. That's a full day. Yeah, I know. Well, that's the thing. For me, I don't even know if, like, yeah, I just kind of started thinking, because it's not like, oh, I was playing it for maybe an hour a day. That would be fine. I had generations upon generations upon. Sims taught me what generational wealth is. Because started off broke, and about like 6 generations later I was living it up. And I would pick like my favorite sim to carry out, like, it was just so much fun. But I was like, I'm spending so many hours. This is not healthy. i need to I need to stop. But now I'm like, it was just so fun. Maybe I should. I don't know. Maybe I should. I think the key thing is that I seem to struggle with moderation. So in anything. So I normally have to think long and hard before I start something, and think, if I were to do this in excess, what would be the consequences? We can't escape capitalism even in the game. Not at all. Oh my gosh. I yeah, I was having so much fun. So initially, you start off, like, even with this is back then, so it must be like, what, maybe 10 years ago now. But like, you start off as I created like a broke couple. Well, I created a couple who were broke when you start the game, and it's like, you can barely afford furniture, and the bed that they sleep on doesn't give them like full rest, so it doesn't go up to the full bar, and the fridge that they have, the food expires quick, like all these things. I'm like, wait a second. You don't say. And then, they keep working, and then their kids are a little bit richer, and they can get a bed that's nicer, so they have more energy, and the food keeps for longer, so they don't have to keep buying it. And then, it was just like little things like that. And then by the time that it was like 6, 7, 10, balling, I was rich. My Sims didn't even really have to go to work. I still let them, like, let them go to work and reach the top of their careers, but it was more for like banter than for anything. They didn't need the money. And all of them actually would be 10 out of 10 artists. The clues for my for my inclinations were there. So I'd teach them all they either had to play the piano or paint. But then I was kind of inclined to get them to paint, because they could also sell their paintings. Like, and then even as children, like, I started them off as children, like as soon as they could paint, or no, initially they could only play like, the kaleidoscope thing, but it was all relatable. So if you built their artistic skills playing instruments, they would learn how to paint faster than if they didn't. So it started off with the instruments, and then eventually they started painting, and by the time that they were children, they were masters of painting. And then I'd make them masters of cooking, so that they could actually make good food and not burn down the house. And then I would aim for their like self-actualization, like, their lifetime goal of what they wanted to be. Was it reach the top of a career? Was it, a lot of the time actually, I'd pick family as the main focus. This is all such a random tangent, but just in case you're curious. But yeah, I would pick family as the main focus, and the I guess creme de la creme hope for the family was to have 6 kids. Something like 6 kids reach adulthood or something like that. I can't remember. So I had massive families all of the time. And then I would pick, like, once they're all grown, I would pick my favorite Sims and invest in them and kick everybody else out. I know. Can you imagine? The Sims, it would literally be like, oh, you finished, and they would paint, like, I would have them, paint for the whole day, and maybe it would take like a day or 2 days to get a painting, and then they would be able to sell it. And again, at that point, it wasn't that they were selling because they needed the money, although at some point it was. And especially because I had so many kids, there was a lot of like income to be, you know, generated, like even as in like even they became adults or teenagers or whatever, they were still in the household, so everyone was like painting, some people were going to work. It was great. And I would give them, I don't think you could always pick their aspirations or something, so some of them, like, their aspirations would get picked for them, and their traits as well. The tricky thing would be that I would then have to, you know, find someone for them to marry and have kids with, and I'd have to be careful because you won't know like the traits of the sim that you're marrying until, I think maybe until they move in with you. I can't remember, but it was something like you can't control them. They're just random people when they live outside your house, and then when they live in your house you can control them, and they're your sim like everybody else. So I made the mistake of marrying someone who was mean-spirited once, and I didn't realize, and then all our kids were mean, and I was like, oh, this is not what I wanted. Yeah, I'm telling you, man, Sims is just teaching life lessons, one game at a time. I don't even really know how I got to this, but apart from the fact, it must be because I keep thinking that I really want to try and get. I saw an ad for a new sim. Basically, I don't even know what number it's on now. Yeah, everything. There were literally like all these little lessons here, there, and everywhere. And for me, I was just like, I just want nice people who have an artistic, artistic inclination and are family orientated. That was my main thing. Although once I had I had a son who was like the romance, I can't remember what you call them, like not, I don't know what Sims would have called them, not like a player or an F-boy, but the equivalent in Sims land. And I was like, okay, cool, let me see how this goes. And it was so hard because his lifetime goal was something silly, like, no shade to anyone, but it was to have like 6 relationships at the same time, and it was so hard to do it, like, and to maintain it, like all the conversations that you need to have, and then buying gifts, and then you couldn't, they couldn't be in the same place. And if 2 people that he was having an affair with were in the same place, even if he wasn't talking to either, they would just know, like, with the way that he interacted with them. And then every time he'd get caught cheating, they would become an enemy, and then I'd have to like work to not be an enemy, because otherwise they would keep coming to the house and throwing the bin out and causing problems and fighting and all that stuff. It was a lot, but I did it in the end because I'm not a quitter. And I was like, what is this? Yeah, it's a interesting game. And I used to love, designing the house. That's how I got into this. Agent XP was talking about designing the garden. I used to love designing the homes. It was a highlight. And because obviously got richer and richer, just kept building and building and building and making it better and better. Yeah, being a player was actually very stressful. Very stressful and very hard to maintain. Especially like because initially, I don't know why. I don't know, maybe there's not that many people, but like, say for example, I threw a party, I think. And so random Sims were coming to the house, and then one of the Sim that was the girlfriend was in the house, and I saw the other Sim coming, so I did something like ran upstairs and called her upstairs so that they wouldn't be in the same place, but still they realized, and I was like, oh my gosh. And I can't remember if one becomes the enemy, or I think one becomes the enemy, or yeah, as opposed to both become an enemy. Either way, I was like, no. Player life ain't for me. Ain't for me. But of all the Sims, I remember that Sim specifically because it was a lot of work to keep up. And I was like, what am I doing? What am I actually doing? And then I tried to like do the university pack, but I didn't really enjoy taking them to uni. It was kind of boring. What I did enjoy was the business pack. I really enjoyed that actually. Quite a few became, I think, a baker. Was I a baker or was I? But you know what I mean. I think I made my sim a baker, something like that. Basically, we were running our own business. It was hard. It was really hard, but it was fun. And then I got pets as well. Like, you know, they kept adding extension packs, so I got a pet quite often. I'd get a dog. It was nice. It was fun. It's just, you know, no half measures. Same as when I started playing COD, to be honest. I played it almost continuously for a few days. As in, like, you know, eat while playing COD. Sleep, wake up, play COD. Get up again, play COD. And like on loop. And I was like, I don't even know at what point I was like, this has gone too far. And so I stopped playing. I was playing it with my siblings, and they continued. I think, did I prestige? I can't remember. I was good at it too, but I was just like, this is no balance. And COD is Call of Duty. And then afterwards, when I tried to get back into it, and I was like, oh, it's so stressful. The juggernauts just are always there, which is like the, you know, the soldiers that just have lots of armor and you can't get past them. And it wasn't as fun. These are the pastimes that I have. That's you playing Destiny. Wake up, sleep, play. Yeah, that was literally me. And it was during Christmas, so I wasn't working. Or I wasn't, I wasn't working. And I think, and it wasn't even like, oh, sleep for 10 hours. Like, you know, it was like, sleep for 5 hours, wake up, play again. Wild. Absolutely wild. So I think I did that for a week. And then I was like, I can't play this game. I don't know where to stop. At least with Sims, I'd have a break and actually go to school as opposed to forgo everything to play it. What's Destiny like? Oh, also Tekken. I was the same with Tekken. I used to love Tekken. Those were the days. Tekken is like a fighting game, and I used to learn all the combos. I wonder if I should make this darker. I've been so caught up in my job, didn't know what's going on now. I will be curious to know if anyone actually gets bingo, or if it'll be just me. Which is possible. It's fine. It's still worth it to actually get to dedicate time to creating. And I feel like I saw a message from Sonia before, but maybe you put the paint down to have a snack. Fair enough, Brenda. What were you painting me for? Oh yeah, you told me how long it'd been going. It says add a goal. What goal is it adding? Uh-oh. Okay, no. Don't want to add a goal. I know you shouldn't do this with your brush, but I like the texture that I get. And more detail. It's a lot lighter. I've made the water a lot lighter than it is in the reference. I'm gonna make it like a nicer color, so I don't want it to be like brown and hard to see, so I've just made it slightly off white, like greeny, so that you can see that it's actually water. And a little bit more. And add some blue to add shadows. See that tiny bit of Prussian blue I'd put? It's almost finished. I did use it a lot, to be fair. Okay, how's it looking? I feel like it's pretty much done. And a quick check up top, and that looks good too. Just adding dampening down over here. Do I need any more detail? Oh, thank you so much, Agent XP. I appreciate it. I can't see. I can see the comments, but I can't see like who's here or how many people are here or anything like that. So it's nice when I get comments. I'm like, okay, people are still here. Otherwise, I'm like, is anybody out there? Okay. Well, I'm gonna have to dry this as well, I think, but. Oh, welcome, Janine. You've not had time to see much of the first live stream yet, but yeah, no, it's carrying on from the last one. But long story short, my aim was to complete the sketchbook in 24 hours. And I'm also playing Art Bingo. So what I have done is created a few prompts which are here, and basically I'm also sharing the reference on the top right hand side. One reference per prompt, and then I've created a bingo grid so that people can join in as well if they want, and if they win they can get in touch and let me know. Thank you. I really like this mixture of colors, and I think I was more aware of it. Oh, this is what I'm doing. I'm putting, the way that I'm putting the tape isn't making sense. But yeah, I became more aware of it when we did the autumnal palette. Yeah, Brenda, that's the, thankfully, the beauty of the live streams is that, you know, you'll be able to catch it. But essentially, I did a mixture of things. The main way that I create waterfalls is purely by using dry brush. And I either use dry brush to put down the darker color, or I lay down a dark color first and then I use white gouache and go over it in a dry brush manner to get the brush strokes. And this is the painting. Let me hide myself so that you can see with the reference. I really like the reference and the painting, but I really like the reference. In particular, I just need to dry it, so I'm going to mute myself again and dry it, and then we'll come back, and I need to figure out what I want to do. I'm leaning towards just doing fruits, you know. As lovely as the idea of having a watercolor sketch, a landscape sketchbook only. I think it would also be nice to have some pretty fruits. Okay. No, you're welcome. There's a video that I made where I went through it step by step as well. Painting the waterfall. It wasn't this exact waterfall, but the techniques that I use are the same. Thank you, Maria. Yeah, I'm looking at the fruit references. Yeah, I'm doing fruit. Okay. I was like, maybe if I see, I'll decide. So, seems fitting given how much we spoke about our favorite fruits earlier. I'm so happy. So, background with details, cubism / straight lines only, 20 brush strokes, 3 colors, 1, 2, and 6 minutes. Left hand, right hand, 4 mediums, 1 painting, 1-to-1, painting from imagination, painting with pen, drawing with pen, continuous line. I still think that's wild. Totally abstract. Using something that I haven't used enough, which was the flash paints. Complementary colors. Adding something. I added houses. Same painting, different sizes. I don't remember this prompt. I have to look. 3 materials. 3 colors, then turned into something else. Continuous line, adding patterns, impressionist, and then again, I don't think this had a prompt. I think I just did what I wanted. And now we go to fruits. Do 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 do. Little bit of. Okay. Just trying to get the tape right. It's like by 5x4 someone's finished a sketchbook. Try again. Okay. Let's put this down. So I'm gonna start off with a gouache again. I feel like when I did the series, the fruit series before, I didn't start with gouache. Good night, Moonlight. Thank you so much for watching. I hope that you sleep well. It's about that time. I'm going to add in, so I'm starting off with the Pip pens, because I feel like this is how I was doing it before, starting off putting in the main big shapes, and then I can go in with gouache later. Just putting it down. I may end up covering all of it, but that's okay. I liked doing this and then also trying, if possible, to leave some white space. As I say, I like this because they are colorful and they feel like the perfect excuse to use lots of different supplies, and because there's a range of different textures, I guess, like landscapes as well. Ideally not aim for an odd number, and here. They also usually feel quicker. Time will tell. So, picking up the green that we've been using. I just got to say, and I guess I'm kind of using the gouache like watercolor, letting it merge and blend into each other. That was a lot of gouache, so I'm going to water it down and move it to other places. The Pitt pens they do resist gouache a little bit. Well, they resist everything a little bit, but they don't reactivate, so they can be nice for a base layer, I find. Yeah. Yeah, they are permanent like the black ones. They're nice. I was so resistant to getting them, so I got the big ones. Where have I put them? Oh. They're in my. I have like a thing on my desk. Okay, so I got the big ones initially, and I quite enjoyed them. But there's only 30 colors of these, and they are quite big, so they take up quite a lot of space. So then I got a few of the smaller ones more recently, like a couple of months ago, just so that I would be able to, and honestly, travel with them, like be able to take them out and about a little bit more easily than the big ones. But I do like them. I was really hesitant to get them initially because I was like, are they like Crayola? Like, am I paying all this money for children's art supplies, felt tips? Because that's what's going on. But I ended up getting them, and I quite like them. I wouldn't say they're like necessary, because like I said, they are colored markers, but they are fun, like everything. And yeah, they are permanent, although like when you first put them down you can reactivate them, and then once they dry permanent, then you can't anymore. So much for white space. I just called. Only 30. I mean, like their entire range. But yeah, no, that's a good point. So when I first got them, they were 50% off. And I was and ahhing as to whether I should get it. I was on a live stream, actually, talking about, oh, should I get it, should I not? And then the people on the live stream were saying quite good things about them. So then I was like, okay, cool, I'll get them. And I think I finished late, shocker. And the next day I went to get it and the price had gone up. Like I could still see the original price, but every time that I put it on my basket, the price was full price again instead of 50% off. So I managed to call them and they honored the original price. And that's how I ended up getting them for... I mean, they're still expensive, don't get me wrong. I think it was... yeah, it was expensive, but I kept using them. I feel like I'm a lot better at using supplies if when I get them, I use them straight away. If I swatch them straight away and then have them somewhere that's visible, the odds of success are there. If I don't swatch them straight away, if I'm like, oh, I'll save it for a special occasion, rah, could be years before I use it. Yeah, I was like, oh, there must be more. They're smaller ones, they have more colours in. It's just the big ones that they don't really... they only have 30. and that's pretty much it. But yeah, I use them primarily in mixed media. Similar to this, do a base layer, go over the top. Add more details. Whoops, that's very prominent. I'm glad I'm making you think about them. Honestly, one of the things I was like, okay, before I think about getting anything else, I have to make an inventory. It's a tall task, tall order. I don't, as in like, oh, like do the thin ones, as in like the thin ones have a portrait collection? Yeah, I didn't know, but yeah, a lot of the time that's what happens. I'll get something and I'll be super excited to use them, and then maybe I'll think, oh, I won't use them until I do insert whatever important task I have been procrastinating on, and then it takes me ages to actually use them. But with the Pip pens, I used them straight away. I think in part because I wanted to see if I should return them. I'm not even gonna lie to you. I think it was just like, oh my gosh, what have I done? Let me try them. And I was like, oh, these are fun. And it was also at the time that my laptop was broken, so I couldn't record. Like, it was quite tricky to record or edit any videos. I was only making videos for my members because I was editing that on my phone. And as a result, I was just creating lots and lots of art, but not sharing it anywhere and not recording it, and just like, you know, creating art in a really, really relaxed way. And I quite enjoyed it. Yeah, I like I didn't even know they had these, you know, like I thought it was only the big ones, and only the black one in brush, and then I found out that actually the big ones were the special ones and the originals or the more common, you know, the more accessible one was actually the small ones. As I say, I only got a few colors because it's the same color as the big ones. So much for white space. Although I do feel like I've left some white space. I just called to say I love you. Yeah, an inventory is great because not only does it help you avoid doing duplicates and buying duplicates, but it's a good reminder of the supplies that you have. And also I find because it takes long, or at least it takes me long, it would take me a very long time to do. That in itself is a deterrent then from buying, because by the time that you spend, like, I don't know, however long listing everything that you own, if you still have energy to buy, you deserve it. And let me add some more yellow. Trying to resist going over everything. Actually leave some areas, and then I think I just want to make this blocky and do the same here. And these are apples. I guess. And then let's do the next one. Fruits, where are you? It's quite similar to the one we just did. Pear is my favorite. Agent XB inspired our long and hunger-inducing conversation on our favorite. I wonder if on our favorite fruits. And pear is one of mine. I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do this as continuous line, I think. Haven't raised the pen up yet, so it feels like it might as well. Okay. For this, it was a mixture of both. So where it's blending, like say in the apples here, I was doing wet wash on top of wet wash. But in general, the paper is dry. So the first layers that I did were wet on dry, and any wet on wet that I did, any wet on wet that I did was wet paint on top of wet paint. I should do a contour line drawing. Oh, that would be tricky. Like where you just draw the gaps as opposed to the actual shape. Is that what you mean? Welcome back, Galen. I hope you enjoyed your snack. Following our discussion on favorite fruits, I finally just gave in to painting fruits because I'd been umming and ahhing as to whether I should, and then I decided, you know what, why not? As you can probably tell, my fruits are not hyper realistic or anything like that. I honestly just like painting them because of the color possibilities. And what started off as a random challenge ended up being something that I just enjoyed doing year after year, time after time. Sorry, I was coughing. Is this reddish? Yeah, just add little bits here and there. Oh, draw the outline of the subject without taking my eyes off the subject. Can certainly try. That's hard. That's even harder than I thought. It's hard enough drawing the outline when you're looking at the object, but to not look at the object, not look at the painting, just look at the object, like a blind contour drawing. I feel like it would be some sort of record. Maybe not quite enough for a world record, because I mean it could be done faster. I think next time, so this was like, say, I know landscapes and fruits and whatnot. I think next time I'm going to do a floral one. I think I can definitely do a floral one quicker. And we'll see. It's nice. It'll be nice to paint florals continuously for a period of time. I feel like I can think less when I'm painting florals. That being said, it's so funny, right? Because despite all the flowers I've painted, after a while, if it's like been a while where I haven't painted and I paint again, like when I go back, humbling. Humbling experience. So I need to go back and warm up and then do a floral series again. It's funny, you really do need practice. So this was continuous line. Very abstract. I can try. Oh, tape feels so satisfying. I need to dry this. Sorry, I keep forgetting. Keep thinking automatically dry as if it's not freezing cold. Cool. An exercise on loosening up and really studying your subject. Oh, hey Tama, how are you? It's so nice to so nice to have you here. Caught most of last night during a slow night shift in OB. Lucky. Any calm night shift is a true blessing. Oh, good. I'm so glad. I was doing nights during the weekend, and the first set of nights, calm. Super calm. I was like, oh, this is fantastic. And then the last set, I didn't even get to sit down. So busy. So busy. But hey ho, everybody was well and safe, so that's good. That's what matters most. Okay, let me try. Doing this contour drawing. I'm gonna do two of them because I actually quite like this reference. Yeah, we get you like that. I literally thought, because for me I was like, okay, if I, you know, my hope is like, if the last night is fine, then, you know, your recovery afterwards I feel like is better. Like if I can get, you know, it's nice and restful, and then that means that the next day I feel a bit better, and then when I'm ready to go, you know, the day after I do my day shifts, they're okay. So I was really hoping, but it was into, I think I even finished 1 hour late to add insult to injury. I don't know what I've done to my thumb. So I'm gonna try this, Maria, with what part of me. Okay, I'm gonna try it with, if I try it with this, will you see? Can you see it? Hold on. I'm picking like the lightest color because I'm gonna paint over it. Potentially, we'll see. So I'm looking at, I'm starting, oh, okay. I mean, do you want to see me doing it? Because I'm like, I can try to not look at what I'm doing, but I can kind of see what I'm doing because of the camera. So if I have it like this, you'll look here, and you just have to trust me that I'm trying my hardest and hardest not to look. And am I doing just the contour, or let me read your instructions. Am I doing just the contour, or am I just drawing it while not looking? Or am I drawing the negative? Maybe I'm confused. I can try to draw it without. I semi feel like without looking and doing continuous line, that's possible. So I'll try that and then we'll see. So, not looking. It's hard not to look. Feel like what I'm doing is probably not like it at all. But anyway. Now let me go a bit higher and do the pear and do the other pair. And call it done. How do we... Okay, could be better, but also could have been worse. And this is all continuous line. So, you know, all things considered, I'm taking this as a win. I'm gonna add a little bit of watercolor to it to add a bit of color, and then that's the abstract pear done. That's why I wanted it in. I wanted the yellow so that I could add green to it. All things considered. I think doing it as continuous kind of helps. Like it's kind of hard, but it also kind of helps because I'm like in my head, I'm just like tracing it. Thank you so much, Sonia and Maria, and thank you, Maria, for the suggestion. Because yeah, I wouldn't have. I mean, like I thought this was up here. Like I don't know how I don't know how it got progressively smaller as well. It's a win. Hey, Kazi Bits, welcome. I'm glad that you could make it too. I think it's the nice thing with doing a super long stream that people can, you know, can join in. even if it's for a bit. You relocated to bed. Fair enough, Sonia. Thank you so much for watching and keeping us company. To be fair, given that we're in the same time zone, that's a sign for me as well. To end this soon. But it feels like we are... okay, I don't know. Close is relative, I guess. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So it's like 18 pages. Gonna add a few extra leaves that weren't there. Yeah, I like continuous line, and I like this. Like you said, it forces you to really look at your reference, and I feel like they look instantly artistic to me anyway. And just adding some of that nickel as a yellow. And Dewy Jesus Chick, I really liked the last video that you posted that I saw with you and your family getting baptized. It was so nice. And I also really appreciated, like, you know, your candor and you just speaking honestly about everything that's going on. But the beginning really warmed my heart. Sonia, that'll be another 3 or 4 hours. Part of me is like, no, it couldn't be, but clearly I am not the best when it comes to estimating how long things will take. I'm gonna do this. I really like this. I'm gonna do this in gouache as well. Over here. But while looking at the reference. Because I don't know, I like... Oops. Ish. Not making it blocky. I like the prompts where you do the same thing but in a different way, you know? I like seeing the different ways that I can represent something. Oh, you're helping to think, you know? That's wonderful. I thought once about like, oh, maybe I should join the worship team. But I never did. But I would like to. I don't know. Maybe one day. We'll see. Part of the reason I was like, oh, if I get Palm Street, it would be cool because I'd be able to do a live stream like this, for example, and play music. And then if I want to play gospel or Afro beats, I can. Maybe just have like a session where I'm just doing gospel and painting. Girl can dream. Obviously, if I try that on YouTube, my channel will get blocked. Thank you, XP. That's yeah. We'll see. I need to find a church first. I feel like I've been moving so much that I haven't really been settled in a church since I left my one at home, you know, like my family home one. Yeah. But we'll see. It would be nice to get to sing in a choir. Maybe one day. It's a great way to serve. Yeah, that's the thing. You know what's so funny? And I say this like in an accusatory way to my siblings all the time. I don't think, you know, I can sing like Beyonce or Alicia Keys, like, you know. But I didn't know that I could even hold a note. Like, I didn't know that I wasn't tone deaf. Does that make sense? Like, I didn't know, like, you know, there are some people that can sing, and although I can't like saying there's some people who can't sing, and I just thought I couldn't sing because no one had told me. And I just didn't know. And then like in my mid to late 20s, in my mid to late 20s, I was singing and someone was like, oh my gosh, you can really sing. And I was like, wild. Like, if I could sing, I would know before now, right? And then what did we do? And then what happened? I can't remember. Somewhere down the line, like one of my siblings were like, oh yeah, you know, because you know you can sing. And I was like, wait, what? Like, I'd gone my entire life, nobody could tell me. Like, who knows what I could have been? The only time that I know is that when I was a teenager, I applied to like the school choir and I didn't get in. I was like, okay, cool, calm, I can't sing. No problem. We all have our different gifts, you know? And yeah, and they didn't tell me. And it's only when I think I did something like karaoke, that's when I was like, wait, y'all couldn't tell me? So it never crossed my mind when I was younger and going to like our family church more regularly. It never crossed my mind to actually join the choir. It's only when I got older, a couple of years ago, that I was thinking, oh, maybe I should. Yeah, finding a permanent church can be challenging. I agree. Like, I can't even tell you how many I've gone to the past few years. Because it's literally like, I don't know, it takes me a while to like settle. And then I'm also, it's not that I'm shy, but you know, I keep to myself. And then work every other weekend. So I'm there half the time. And then before you know it, whoops, I'm gone. On to the next one. So really, it really took its toll, to be honest. It'd be nice to just find a church and be settled. Who knows, maybe I'll go for 2025. To be fair, near my last home, which isn't too far away, it's like 45-minute drive, although I don't drive, so it's like just over an hour by public transport. I had started going to that one and I quite liked the church there before I moved. So we'll see. Yeah. And then when I used to live, how do I describe it? Basically, my place, not last year, my place 2 years ago, I liked the church there as well. And I actually got more settled in that one. And it was funny. It was essentially, the reason that happened is I went, and then, you know, sometimes when you go to a church, they'll say, like, you know, if you're new, wait after service, and, you know, we'll say hi, kind of thing. And sometimes I say, sometimes I don't. But anyway, they'd said that, and then I decided to stay, and these guys came, greeted me, and they were like, you know, welcome to the church. And then they said, you know, I think they invited me to like coffee, they were like, oh, are you free this week to come to coffee, and then we can kind of get to know you better and see, if you want to come. And I said, yeah, sure, why not? Because, needed to find a church bad. So I went, and it was just really nice. We they just wanted to know a bit more about me, and we got to chat. And I I do this thing called, I support Operation Christmas Child, which is where you make Christmas boxes and you fill it up with gifts for children, and then you send them to children in need. So I was doing the Christmas boxes at the time, and I kind of let them know that was something that I was doing, and they were really really encouraging of that, and they were like, oh, maybe you can share it with the church, and members in the church would like to help as well. And they were just really great. And I think when I had attended, someone else was preaching, so I didn't realize that they were pastors. We were just having coffee, hanging out, but they were actually the pastors in the church. And and it was three of them, and as in it was two of the pastors and the pastor's wife as well had come. So we were literally just hanging out, chatting, having coffee, talking about just random stuff, because I didn't, it didn't feel like, we weren't even really talking about the church or anything. They were just like, oh, you're new to the area, you don't know anyone, let's go for coffee. And I was like, yeah, sure, because I don't know anyone. So yeah, it was really nice. And it's only through talking, maybe after a while into talking, I realized, wait, hold up, they're the pastors of the church. And I just thought it was so, and then that kind of helped me settle in the church as well, because it was just, at least I knew someone finally in the area. And I just thought it was so sweet that they would take the time to do that. So that's how I got settled and involved in that church. And then it turns out it was such a small world, because they actually, the pastor's wife, the pastor's wife knew my pastor from home. So it was just really, we were talking, they were asking me oh, what church did you go to? And then I told them, and she was like, oh my gosh, I've been to that church. And it was just a very small world, and we knew people and stuff. So that was nice. And then I moved. I moved 2 hours away, and I stopped going. But that was nice at the time anyway. So yeah, maybe that's a goal for 2025. I'm sure my mum would be thrilled to hear that I would like to find one. I've Googled, looked on Google Maps to see if there's any nearby, and there's none. And that's the thing, I'm not even I'm not even that oh, it has to be this specific denomination. I'm just I just need Christians. Please, I just need Christians. It's just nice to talk. And yeah. So that's how it is. So all that to say, Tama, your video was very heartwarming for that reason. It really did make me so happy. But yeah, wouldn't it be cool if I found a church and was singing in the choir by the end of the year? Because you can't. Okay. Uh-oh. Hope work goes well. And is calm. We'll see. It'd be a 360, because I'm not gonna lie, somewhere down the line I was just like, oh, there's no point, I'm gonna have to move anyway, move every year. Oh, thank you. Yeah, this one, I guess, sticking closer to reality. Oh, thank you so much for joining, Janine. Very fair enough. Sleep well, and thank you so much for joining. I really like this. Okay. I think that's pretty good. Let me dry this. You know the drill, I'm gonna mute you. Okie dokie. Still like really this one. Pears. Pears. My favorite. Okay, what do we... I'll skip. You can see a theme. Let me see, I must have included something else other than pears. I've done this one already. Don't feel like doing that one. I like this one. You are most welcome, Agent XP. Thank you so much for joining and for the lovely chat. How many did I count? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, realistically, 16 pages doesn't feel like something that I can finish tonight. The world's brightest orange. Quite satisfying to put down, if I'm honest. Take a little bit of pink because why not? I wonder what color the highlight truly is, because it almost looks like white-ish, but I doubt it is. Let me add a bit of the bright yellow. Whoopsie. Add some more of the bright yellow up here. Might have to wait for it to dry and then add the bright yellow. We shall see. Let's do the greens. The challenge will be to have this actually look like an orange and not like a tomato. I say tomato, which I know Brits find weird. But I'm like, I don't say potato, so I don't see why I would say tomato. In fact, I thought it was a joke when I first heard it. And have it go down here. I made the orange so big I can't fit it in fit the leaves in. I want this bit to dry so that okay, that's dry now. Hey Sharmak, that's a good question. How long will it be? I think it will be I think like 3 years. So technically I have 2.5 years left of my training, but I'm thinking I might do a fellowship, and also have like a so I might do other stuff basically. So a few more years. It's not that bad. Like, I know I'm going to be in the south of London or in Surrey or in Kent, or, you know, like I know the rough area that I'm going to be in. It's just that if I go from one end to the other, which I keep doing, the commute is just ridiculous. Like, it's not feasible. I move like 2-hour transport via public transport. And then once I finish training, I guess, you know, and I get like a permanent job, then I'll have a permanent place to stay. As in, like, I'll be able to set roots, or I feel like I'd be able to set roots. I'm just like, I don't know how people with kids do it, because, you know, they can't, like my friend who I was working with in my last hospital, he lived over an hour away. You can imagine that's, I don't know how he was doing it. I don't know how he was awake or functioning or anything. But because he has kids, he can't just move every time, you know? You can't take them out of school and everything because you're moving. Oh, thank you, Maria. But yeah, it's okay. It's not bad, to be fair. It could be worse. I almost wonder if I should do a background or if that would be a mistake. That is the question. I might do it. Was that a mistake? Let me add some yellow. And where is, it's not brown, but is this shadow? Is this shadow color appropriate? Looks it. I'm gonna do it, but I'm not gonna do it for the whole thing. Question is, what color? Do I really want it to be like a super dark color? Maybe I'll do it like the reference, like a nice. Let me try this. Okay, I don't want to do it the whole thing. I want to do like a deliberate shape. What I mean will hopefully make more sense. Like, I don't want to do the whole big background. I just want to do a square around it, or a rectangle around it. This is just good old-fashioned burnt umber and ultramarine. Yeah, no, that's a good point. I honestly, I went through the same Same issue. So yeah, I have them all on my laptop, or I have the vast majority on my laptop, and I store them by subject. So like landscapes, fruits, birds, etc., etc. If I have something in particular like in mind, so say for example, I didn't do it for did I do it for this? No, I didn't do it for this, but I could have done it for this. But say for example I had like 24-hour challenge in mind, then I would create a folder as well, and then I know that okay, those are the references. I know exactly where to find them. But I prefer storing them on my phone. On my laptop, I just find it easier. But I do also have them on my phone. I do have some on my phone, but they tend to be screenshots. So I don't organize them per se, because I can just go through the screenshots and they're all there. But yeah, I'm bringing these ones up quickly because they're the ones that are in my laptop, pre-sorted. So I have like well, I have many on my old laptop as well. So one for like landscapes, florals, boats, old cars, huts, birds, so on and so forth. I used to have like one that was specifically waterfalls, and yeah, I have one that was autumn, winter, so on and so forth, because I also make reference packs for my art members, so I sort it out for that as well, so that I can share it with them. I like to make like PDFs and little guides, and so I'm always looking for references and aware of like, oh, this would be a nice reference, and then I save it so that I can add it to the guide when the time comes. Let's make some of these shadows darker. But yeah, I'd recommend doing that. You can also make folders on your phone if you want, but it just makes life easier to have them sorted in some sort of way. Like, I'm not the most organized of people, but it has really made a difference in terms of like cutting down time to find references, because I feel like that was the main issue that I would have. I would end up spending so much time and energy looking for the reference that by the time I found it, I haven't even got energy to paint anymore. I'm just done. Like, the activity was just searching for it. So that's why I started creating all these little inspiration folders full of references and ideas and things to create. And I get them from like royalty free sites deliberately, so that when I share them with my members, if they want to create art with it or anything like that, they can. Like, at least that is my thought process behind it. I do think I seem to be quite particular with the references that I like, though. So sometimes it feels like my choices are limited. Because I seem to like certain like particular things. But so far so good. And like I said, I look for them when I have time and energy and save it. And then times like this where I'm like, oh, I just want to create like fruits, I can just go through them quick without spending ages looking. Yeah, I totally know the feeling. I know the feeling too well. Too well. don't think this is the right color. But that's the benefit of having the folders, and then you just tell yourself, like, I guess it depends, right, on your mood and your personality. But yeah, sometimes I just tell myself, okay, fine, I'm going through the folder in order and just paint. Like, I was inspired by it at some point, so I don't create the folders to then be fishing through them for ages and forever. Like here, you saw maybe I skipped through a few, but it's not like I was like, okay, no, which I could be if I wanted to be picky. It's like, okay, this is just a reference, let me just use it as a rough idea, and if there's something I don't like, I can change it. It's just a reference, it's not by force. No. You've already done the hard bit. All you have to do is put them in folders. That's it. You've already done the hard bit of finding the references and having them out. Now, when you have time, or if you're randomly scrolling through social media or something, you're like, you know what? I'm going to go through my inspo. At least that's what I did. I'm going to go through my inspo page, my inspo folders, or my screenshot folder, and I'm gonna put them into their right folder. And before you know, or if you don't want to go back, you just do it moving forward, right? Like when you see a nice reference, you just automatically save it to where you want. It's interesting. I don't feel like I paint like this very often, but I quite like it. I wanted to write like orange right at the bottom. fill the space. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I'm glad I did that. It was looking a little bit plain without it, like just a shapeless blob. I'm gonna write orange in blue. Kind of have random block text in mind. Orange. For a quick second, didn't know what was coming next. make it look less raggedy. There we go, orange. Just in case anyone's wondering, is that a tomato? But I feel like I should let everyone go to sleep, myself included. 6-hour live stream. I'll see you tomorrow for the 7-hour one. I'm joking. I'm joking. Can you imagine? 5, 6, 7. That would be wild. Absolutely wild. But yeah, let me do a quick recap to show you. So alas, I did not finish the sketchbook, but that's what's left. But I feel like I've created some really great pieces that I really like. So let me show you again. I will remove this reference so that we can see. And yeah, if you're watching on the replay, please let me know. If you have been painting along, then again, please let me know. Feel free to share your artwork and to tag me, especially if you played bingo. Oh yeah, I need to show you the answers, don't I? Question is, where did I save? I feel like I saved it. Yeah, I did save it. Where did I save it? I'll save it again. Download. Current page. I want it as a JPEG. Download. Okay, I'll show you the bingo, and then if anyone won, you can let me know. Share the paintings, the prompts, and then let me know that you won. I'm going to add, let me add it to, oh no, that's not what I wanted. Cancel. Okay, let me just add the picture. Image. Bingo. Wow, could be exposing my hole. Just came super quick. Okay. This is the bingo. No, thank you so much, Maria. I'm so glad that you enjoyed it. I'm so glad that you were here. It was really lovely getting to chat with you, and your suggestions for the prompts were awesome. So I appreciate it. This is the bingo prompt. So, I mean, I definitely got bingo. I feel like I did so many of them. I must have got bingo. I did so one artwork and 4 distinct styles. I did cubist. I did imagination. Yes. Create a painting using 20 brushstrokes. Yes. And 3 colors. Did it. So that's bingo. Then 3 random supplies. I did add something. I did textured background. I did draw, paint something. Oh, I didn't draw or paint something from life. But I did do impressionist art, so that's the one that I need to do towards the end as well. But yeah, I'll leave that there just in case anyone joined in, so you can feel free to screenshot it. And if you created the 5 pieces that ended up being bingo, then by all means let me know. But let me quickly show you what we did in case you missed it at the beginning. So this first, so that it's all in the Etch sketchbook, the everyday sketchbook. It's B5, so it's big. I reckon if I'd done a smaller one, I may have finished. So this one is doing the background first, then adding details. This is straight lines only, or cubist, 20 brush strokes, 3 colors, 1, 2, and 6 minutes, doing the same reference. This one is painting with my left hand and painting the same reference with my right hand. 1 reference, 4 styles with Neocolor, gouache, watercolor, and ink. This one was from the one-to-one that I did with my art member this morning. So if you want your chance at getting a one-to-one, join my membership. If you're already a member, then be sure to get a ticket because I think there's only one left. Then is there one? Or maybe like there's, I don't know, I'll see. I think there's only one left, but yeah, it's limited spaces, but it's open to all members of all tiers, whether you want to paint together, chat through something that you're trying to figure out, troubleshoot, swatch, whatever it is, we can go through it together. This one was from Imagination. Then this is just like with pen was a prompt. This one was continuous line, which I love. This one was abstract, totally abstract. And boy, oh boy, was this a challenge. I think this took me so long. I enjoyed the process, but it took me so long. It took me so long to get to a point where I was actually like happy with it being like with the abstractness of it, if you will. And it went through so many changes and color schemes, from yellows to pinks to reds to purples to blues, but finally landed on something that I liked. Then this one was use something that I haven't used enough, or like use a new art supply, and that was the flash paints that I used while dancing. This is complementary colors, add something, and I added tiny houses. This one is paint the same thing in different sizes, so I did one small thumbnail and then recreated it. Then this one, I can't remember the prompt. Yeah, I can't remember the prompt. This one is 3 materials. That's why we started the live stream today. This one was started as 3 colors and then I added more. Continuous line. Patterns. I feel like patterns is my favorite one from today. I feel like it's really nice. Ooh, or impressionist. No, I think patterns is my favorite. Although I love the color, the background of impressionist. I'm not a hot fan of the cacti. I really like this as well. I don't think this had a prompt either. I think I just wanted to paint this and thus I did. And then we went to fruits. Apple, pear, eyes closed, eyes open, but continuous line while looking at the reference and not what I was doing. And then this is gouache pear and then a gouache orange. And that is it for today. That's what we did today. Not bad at all. Not bad at all. Thank you all so much for watching. Thank you for keeping me company and for all your kind and encouraging words. If you are still watching, whether it's on the replay or live, let me know that you are still watching by telling me your favorite fruit in the comments. It will be good inspiration for me to get more fruits as well. So that's a good incentive. And yeah, don't forget to like the video, join my membership, and keep painting. Enjoy your art supplies, enjoy your art. And yeah, thank you all so much. I will see you next time. Bye.